way louder than my voice. Howdy, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Painting with this guy here on Country Fried Minis. Hope you're all doing well out there. Buenos dias. Welcome. Howdy, Surveillance Wizard. Howdy, Another Nate. Howdy, Miles A. Welcome back to another stream. We're back on the workhorse today. We're diving in. We're getting back into the swing of things. Last week was a much needed break, and this week we're back on it, but I thought I'd do something a little different rather than working on the projects which we've been attacking so far. Hi, Tobias. Welcome. Today, I thought we might dive in and kind of take a peek at what an average chaotic day in the paint corner looks like these days. As I'm sure most of y'all know, I've been painting pretty non-stop for the eBay store, trying to generate a little extra fundage to keep this channel rolling. And because of that, I've been neglecting content. The lances for the shop have taken priority, as have the individual, like, one-off mechs. So I thought we might actually touch on that today and show the finalizing process for this Cretan 8th Sword of Light lance. We're going to be working a little bit on this second Alliance air wing for the Outworlds Alliance. I've got this one-off yellow to purple gradient Wyverness. I've got a longbow LGB 0H, which has been hit with a oil wash and is ready to be cleaned up. And then, of course, I have my challenge mech, which is another point that we've been doing these weekly challenges over on Country Fried Minis. If you're not already a member of the Discord, go ahead and consider signing up. Link in the description down below, where we have been doing 2 weeks worth now of a weekly paint challenge, where we've gone round robin style and challenge each other to paint up some mechs. So we'll pick a chassis and we'll pick a color and we'll assign it to someone, and then they go down the line until we make a full circle and come back around. And we're gonna start reviewing those here on stream. So if we can keep some momentum going on that, I think it'd be a fun little segment. We'll be reviewing those at the end of the stream today during the last hour or so, probably around 3:30ish, 4 o'clock. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. In any case, buckle up. Let me know what you're working on in your hobby corners. If you just have this fabulous stream on as something to listen to while you go about your day, thank you for being here. Challenge mech looks good. It has a distinct Austrian painter feel to it. I think it came out all right. I'm pretty pleased with where it's at right now. What we need to do to finish this up is hit it with we're going to hit this with a gloss varnish, and then we're going to slap an enamel wash on it so that we can pull that enamel off by the end of it. Yes, my challenge was to paint a Zeus, specifically the Mech Warrior 4 style Zeus by Grinning Idiot, in the style of Gustav Klimt. So I've decided just to try to paint it to look like reminiscent of The Kiss, probably his most famous painting. I think it's been achieved. So to get started then, I think what we need to do is maybe think about putting a little work on these blue boys, and then we'll hit all the blue boys and this with a gloss varnish, and then while those are drying, we can use other pieces. And then hopefully by the end of today, what I'm hoping to have is this mech ready, and we can review it together as a group at the end. And then hopefully we'll have this Cretan 8th Sword of Light lance posted. And of course, as always, if any viewers see something they'd like on the eBay store, make sure to check out with a discount, send an offer my way, name your own discount, and I'll go ahead and approve you. Just let me know that you saw it here, and I'll know it was you. Unless you want to keep it anonymous and just, you know, send me your offer, and I'll approve it. All prices are negotiable. The whole point of these painting, these lances, the pre-painted lances, is to get some quick and dirty mechs out there for people to have access to, as well as generate just a little bit extra income for the channel. So check it out. Okay, so I think to get started, what we need to do is the checks that I kind of forgot on these blue boys. So let's dig in with some, we need black and white checks on them. So we're going to use black and, I think this is black gray. It's the wrong one. We want black and black gray. And then we want ivory and white. And we're going to dig in with those and get them checked up. And we can hit them with the gloss varnish right after that. Again, I hope you're all doing well out there. It's another fabulous Wednesday here in the Bullshit Corner 2.0. We're going to get stuck in for a few hours worth of work. In addition, at the end of today's stream, I'm going to be joining the Dicks in the Dark over on their channel for a little bit more live play D&D. We're playing classic Beckme D&D in a mega dungeon. Okay, let's get this caught up and we can start sticking in. Let's get everything shook up. I'm going to lay out a few colors. I think this ivory is generally a little bit problematic. I think we maybe need to put a stir ball in it. Just want to make sure everything's good and mixed up. I found that my ivory is a little bit separating. A little bit liquidy. We'll see if that persists today. Okay, so my technique, I think, for the checkerboard patterns, which are meant to be black and white, is going to be to lay down just a solid ivory area as our foundation. Seems like the way to do it, because the black will cover over really nicely. And then we have our white and our black gray for some gentle little highlights on the checkers. So that should work pretty well. Let's get out a paper towel and get rolling. Alright, so we'll start with about 2-to-1 paint to water ratio mix right here. Just a little bit thinned out. It does look like our ivory has mixed in pretty well. So, alright, let's start with the happy little hussar. And just give it a quick regard. Try to figure out where would be the best spot for some checks. Ideally, I want like a nice, simple area. Welcome, Slate. I had a feeling it was you when I heard those coins falling. I think we maybe want to go around the cuffs of the arms on this one. So let's do that. Just want to put down a nice little base coat. I don't know if y'all have ever painted check marks on your mechs. It can be a little nerve-wracking. Let's get this shot tightened up a little bit. How about that? A little better? I think so. Is a bot listening? It is. It is indeed.
Yeah. But you do work out.
I do work out.
Give me 10.
Okay.
And by workout, I mean do push-ups. Thank you, Grizzly. 1 second.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
Salute the sun.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Morgan.
All right, make a little scrap of paper. Scrap of paper and start recording it. It's our first set. I do not like painting checkers. Yeah, that makes sense. They are a nightmare, but they're one of those details that looks really good at the end. I would rather do checkers any day over caution stripes myself. Either one actually is kind of welcome for using decals, which are both available from Fighting Piranha Graphics. Alright, so we're going to lay down this foundation of ivory. I think the Hussar is going to be the most difficult one to achieve. But it doesn't have to be perfect. We may go back in and do a little extra chipping. I had previously chipped these chassis and was ready to do the ink wash, the oil wash. But I saw that the second Alliance Air Wing has check marks on their camo spec page, and so I had to make a point to do it. Where would it go on our Savannah Master? I'm kind of thinking, it's a tough one. We don't want to think about it too hard. Whoa.
Grim donated a $5 super chat. Hey your country, it's been a sex sems I caught a stream. How are you? Moai beer mugs.
Moai beer mugs. Thank you for the generous donation, Grim. I've been hanging in there. It's been rough around here, and the overall sprint has been to try and generate some income on the eBay page, which is going surprisingly well, but it's been at the expense of content, and this week we're trying to get back to content, I think. I definitely want to have some stuff coming out to make all the little donations and support that you guys give like worthwhile. I have no illusions that there's any expectations from the crowd, but I do want to make it, worthwhile. So more fun stuff, more silly videos, more streams, all that like. But yeah, it's all those little contributions that y'all give that make all this possible. So it's heckin' appreciated. Speaking of eBay, you owe me an assassin? Oh shit. Is that? Here, let me grab it. I'll get that boxed up in the next couple days. That assassin came in all right, and I've got the footage for it. It's going to be coming out. Somewhat soon. I think maybe after Adepticon. I got to speak with my collaborator, but got a video based on this thing. How to build it up. Comstar says Weehaw at work. Well, thanks for sharing some of your billable hours times with us in the channel. But yeah, just been stuck in with painting so much, trying to keep the store stocked, refining techniques, trying to like pick lances that will in theory fly off the shelves. Also trying to thin out my own collection a little bit. Anything that doesn't have the like name banners is slated to go. I have at this point I basically paint a new lance for every time I play a game, so the collection is bloating out of control. Here, let me put this assassin away so it doesn't get paint on it. Dean Bobcat, welcome Frank M. Hope you're doing well today. The workload today is gonna be, it's a little different. It's busy work. It's a little chaotic, a little ADD, a little all over the place. Our actual goal today is going to be to finish up the Gustav Klimt Zeus. And shit, that might even go up on the eBay store too. For those of you who don't know, all of these chassis are getting scanned in by a photogrammetry and put into the Country Fried Minis Mechs tabletop simulator module. So all of these chassis that get painted here on the channel, along with a whole bunch of community contributions, are well, they are getting digitized, so you guys can play with them in tabletop sim. And speaking of tabletop sim, we're going to have a fabulous and chaotic 5-team extravaganza at the end of the month, Sunday the 30th. We're going to be playing some Solaris 7, the game world. You don't want to miss it. Stop on through and cheer on your favorite team. You could easily re-black the bases too if you want to sell the banner mechs, I think. Yeah, you're not wrong, Slink. I think my logic behind keeping them is just that that's kind of the line of my own personal machines versus stuff that is for the store. It's actually been like a really convenient line to tread while going through my collection. All right, where's this Blitzkrieg getting checkers? I think this guy wants some. Kind of thinking on the leg somewhere, but let's go knee pads. Let's go knee pads. That's what we'll do. Do the knee pads. Nice little challenging spot to hit. It's been a while since I've done check marks. I do check marks on my 15th Art turn guard, which are my original and kind of like my personal collection. They're the first colors that I chose for my battle mechs, and also my first experience with contrast paint was painting on them. And now there's a certain few colors that I couldn't imagine painting without contrast colors. Whites, yellows, it's good stuff. Yeah, no issues there. Just thinking if you want to sell those later in the future, less of a hassle than the hazard stripe base, for instance. Now the hazard stripe base is interesting because I made a guide. Do I have one handy? I need to make a version 2. I don't think I have one handy. I have a little adapter that snaps to a base and lets you conveniently paint a hazard stripe marking. I think I'll probably have to make a new one for the new bases that are up on the cults page. Oh, what's that?
Grizzly Troll donated a $2 super chat. Sunglass straps on magnifiers save your hair sparkles. Ninja Taco Hot Pepper.
Sunglass straps on magnifiers save your hair. Do they? Would it work? Also, thank you for the generous donation, my dude. Again, it is all these small contributions that make it all possible. Plus, YouTube pays out at the end of the month if we hit $100. So that is always a concern. Sunglass straps to save your hair. Oh, I see. Instead of these, I can't get this damn thing to go. Really? Here, can we get some leverage with the... There we go. Sunglasses straps instead of these things. Come on. This really just doesn't want to go, does it? We might use these today once we start painting the actual checks. Oh, this is insane. There we go. This thing. I will try it out, Mr. Grizzly. I use them, my hair isn't as long, but damn, they're awesome. Sunglass straps on magnifier sound grandma as fuck. Oh, let me show you grandma as fuck. This was a gift for Christmas from my parents last time I was in town.
Did you do a workout?
I do.
Give me 10.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait for that to go away so I can finish doing this off. You'll get the push-ups in just a moment.
She can go on forever.
I do have some straight up grandma straps for my glasses. These are like a knit material, and I don't know if y'all can see, but there's a gold chain woven through it. Straight grandma mode. I love it. Yeah, let me get your push-ups and I'll be right back. Let's do this like that. All right, 10 more coming up, Mr. Grizzly. You got it.
Well, you want to woo-woo? It's that woo-woo. You know what I'm saying?
Some neighbors are saying way too loud.
That's only in the morning. You supposed to be up cooking breakfast or somebody, and so that's like an alarm clock. Woo-woo.
I got a tally somewhere already, don't I? What do I do with it? There they are. Ten more for you.
I am the cream, yeah. The cream of the crop.
All right.
And there is no one that does it better.
He likes to push you. It was Slink. I apologize. Hey, I like the push-ups. Y'all keep them coming. They're an important part of the success here, I think. Where are we doing the checkers on this thing? Man, I don't miss the whistle tips. I used to live next to downtown Oakland. That shit was real annoying. Oh yeah. So I'm in Soma in San Francisco, and there's a motorcycle repair place on my block. Well, I think it's a block away. And then there's a motorcycle club in the area. So I get both like Harleys and like crotch rockets. That's the real annoying thing around my neighborhood these days.
Oh, man.
Is the loud motorcycles. That and
I don't want to lose my friends, man.
I got some problematic bums that are a regular nuisance. But honestly, other than I need a break from the dang city, like I could use a week in the countryside. I wouldn't trade it for nothing. I love living here. Alright, this one's gonna be tough because there's like a bag right there. And then there's also this like little round thing on the side. I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna butt our color right up next to it and then fix it later in post. Okay, so we'll do our caution checks there. You're an important part of your press. Nuh-uh. Small peepee mufflers. Yeah, I mean, why couldn't you own your small peepee like, you know, reasonable people with small peepees do? Come on now. All right, so where's our checks going on this lad? I'm kind of thinking this whole, oh, what do you call this? The control surface? This whole thing. I think that'll look good. So we're gonna run it. Do need to keep an eye on the clock today. Howdy, welcome, Mr. Iron Elemental. Hope you're doing well today. I saw your haul from the Kickstarter finally arrived. So I bet you got
a double helping of gravy.
You got some mechs to paint up. Yeah, another reminder to folks, if you're not already a member of the Discord, especially if you're catching this via the algorithm after the fact, link in the description down below.
But you do work out.
There's a fun little community that is brewed up over there with some really awesome hooks. Yes, sir, Mr. Nathan. Push-ups coming right up.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
The number one and the best is the Antichrist. But not God! Not God! Because the Antichrist, it's me! We're talking about the thug.
We're talking about the thug.
H is for hell, U is for ugly, and G is for jail. Cause a thug can't spell.
Thug can't spell. Bam. Another set down. Thank you much. Get the shotgun. I like motorcycles and ride, but I have to agree Harleys can be pretty annoying when they strip piping most of the time. I'm not even necessarily against motorcycles. I think there's an interesting phenomenon that happens in the city. I think that there's multiple sets of like attitudes that when it comes to the motorcycle stuff. Like there's folks who ride to, you know, have a good ride, have good gas mileage, have access, and then there's people who seem to go out of their way to be as annoying as possible. Like the commuter on his Ducati or whatever, whose machine is just loud because it has a loud motor is one thing, but the guy on the Harley who goes up and down the road revving as he goes by parked cars to set off the car alarms, that guy's a fucking douchebag. I guess the same thing kind of applies to the dudes with the muscle cars that you hear going by too, like the loud car that like revs 12 times between this block and the next one. Like, you got my attention, dog. You did what you set out to do. I feel that when I go through Denver, you see both, and unfortunately the D-backs cause others to get the finger even when they have combat. Oh yeah, and that derision, like, I can't imagine, like, trying to be a average, like, motorcyclist with the like, public optics of that hatred. Not to mention, like, how hard it is to see bikes sometimes when you're driving. I can assure you, Mr. Grimm, I don't flip off motorcyclists anymore. I was actually back east, going down the highway in my hometown, and this guy on I don't think it was a Harley, but it was like a Harley style bike. He cut me off and was like dangerously close to me. So I flipped him off, and he proceeded to get real aggressive with me, shouting something, pointing in my driver's window, and he pulled up to the next red light next to me. He got off his bike and he accosted me. I had my window rolled down, and I informed him that he was a douchebag, and he cut me off, and I flipped him off for that, and he punched me right in my fucking nose. My parents ride. Most folks who are decent. Most folks who do are decent and just want to have a good time cruising. I wonder if it's if there's a, like, city riding thing that causes the dickheads to come out, or maybe it's just that it's so obnoxiously loud that those are the ones you notice. Because I recall like, there was a dude who went to the jiu-jitsu studio near me, and he had a inertia e-bike, an e-motorcycle, and that thing was crazy quiet, but you best believe it was a quick little ride. Plus, there's the flip side of, like, if you're riding out in the countryside, I see the value of loud pipes. But downtown, not so much. And you know, even worse is the idea that these few bad apples, these bad apples in the crowd, have perhaps created an unfair attitude in my mind towards motorcyclists, just in general. But hey, no matter how you slice it, pulling through the neighborhood at 4 o'clock in the morning and revving your Harley 6 times and setting off all the car alarms as you go through is a dick move. You always remember the bad rider over the good one. Yeah, exactly. I think loud pipes help. We already so unnoticed. Anything helps. Oh yeah, I remember. So there's this blind corner when you go down to my sister's place back in Tennessee. That even driving a car, I would always like honk the horn going around her. So I could imagine situations like that coming down like windy country roads. Yeah, absolutely. Loud pipes make sense. Plus, I guess it's worth mentioning that there is a bit of a negative culture around the Bay Area because of the whole the whole Hell's Angels thing. There's a social, like a zeitgeist undercurrent of antisocial behavior associated with bikes in this area. So they get some deserved hate, but a lot is caused by douche nozzles. Yeah, that's fair. I prefer loud pipes. I've seen Priuses almost run over people in parking lots because they make noise. When I first bought my bike, the kid before me took the pipes off, and I was unfortunate that guy getting home at like midnight and unfortunately blasting them. Yeah, but like, there's a difference between pulling through your neighborhood and revving 6 times as you pull through the block next to parked cars. And of course, through all of this, I find it really funny because evidently OBS does a really good job of blocking that out. That's the whole Gaslight Minis thing. Alright, where's our last checks gonna go on this guy? I'm kind of thinking these little details on the legs. Right here. Those are going to be an absolute nightmare to check up. I think we're going to end up taking a good enough is good enough approach on these segments here. In fact, let's bring the camera in a little bit more. Prius drivers are menaces here. Easier than people don't take the vehicle from us. Oh, dude. Yeah, I could see that. I definitely could see that with the whole like what is it, like the Lyft and the Uber drivers around here? See a lot of Priuses doing that. So I could see that. Definitely. I gotta admit, y'all, I am not on the road hardly ever anymore. I live so downtown, I ended up selling my car.
Yeah.
Would you do a workout?
I do.
Give me 10.
Who's responsible for that? Mr. Nathan? Alright, I'll stop my bitch fest and give you 10
Bye,
more.
everyone. She can go on forever.
You got it, mister. 10 more coming right up. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How are you supposed to handle round coal? What? Be a scooter man? Chewing round coal. All right. That's 40 so far, y'all. Okay, so we got our ivory coat down. I think our next step now is going to be to put some straight white. Now usually I don't go for the white here because it's kind of a cool color. Vallejo's white has a bit of like kind of like a bluish hint to it. We're gonna go pretty thin with it, almost a 1-to-1 ratio of paint to water here, and we're just gonna quickly pass over what we just did. Sounds tasty. I mean, I guess it'd be no different than munching on charcoal, which is harmless. Just carbon. It sounds kind of gross though. I wouldn't call it tasty. Now, if you did happen to drink a bunch of xylene, then I could see the value of it. What the hell is... You know, maybe someone in the Country Fried Minis community suggested that you should drink some xylene to get superpowers even? And you didn't heed the little warning? Yeah, I'd eat some coal. But you'll lose your superpowers if you do that, you know. Alright, so we're just coming in with the white. What we're gonna do is we'll leave the lower half of any of these segments in just the ivory. It's a very subtle difference, but instead of doing 2 thin coats of the ivory, we're just doing a coat of ivory and then a coat of the white, while also creating a little bit of a highlight. Time is it? 12:50. I'm a little worried about the clock because we need to get the gloss varnish on our challenge mech, and then have it dry enough to get an enamel wash on, and then take it off before the end of the stream, before like 3:30ish. So what unit is this? This is the Outworlds Alliance 2nd Alliance Air Wing, and this unit will be going up on the eBay store once it's done. It is a Blitzkrieg, a Hussar, a Raptor OB, which is the 3 SRM6 variant, and an Assassin 30, I think. It's got a medium laser and LB5X. It's a Saladin. I usually run the Ultra AC-20 variant, a Swiftwind Scout Car, 2 Savannah Masters, and a Lightning Attack Craft, which in this list I would run the medium laser plus 2 small lasers, and then it's got 8 rocket launcher 15s on it. Is that Blitzkrieg file going to end up on eBay? I could potentially. It's Sir Mortimer Bombito. I do not have his commercial license though. I haven't been able to. I'm not selling enough yet to justify a second license, but if you want some bespoke printing with an order, shoot me a message. I will probably eventually pick it up. It's just it's an extra bill at this point, and well, I don't know if I'm quite there yet to heap it on. I'm pretty sure his commercial tier is a little a little on the pricey side, and I've got a lot of competition with the more common prints like Bombito and Syllogy. Like those prints are really common. I believe I'm still the only person in the US selling Locust Labs prints to folks in the US. There's another printer selling them over on eBay or Etsy, but I believe they're in the UK. They're actually making me consider lowering my prices as well. I love friendly competition. I did message you about some printing actually. Oh yes, that's right. I will get back to you with that. Okay, so we got our white down. We're going to start with black next. We're going to do the black and then the black gray over top. We may even skip the black gray depending on how well this black turns out. But I think we actually need a tighter brush. This one's got a bit of a hook on the tip. And we need a sharp one for this section. I think it might be time to crack into a new brush if none of these have a good enough tip. This one looks like it might be okay enough. This is the downside of those brushes that I push for. Those Princeton Art and Brush Co. tend to wear out really fast. Locust Labs Thunderbolt looking nice. Yes, I'm very excited about it actually. I am definitely a fan of the work coming out of Locust Labs. Good stuff. Okay, so now begins the tedious work of checks. So they don't have to be perfect. Just want to get in there and do what we can. Let me see. Should I maybe pull that camera in all the way? Where are we actually sitting at? It's a little further up than I'd like to work, but I think I can work with that. Even this brush is a little too... fucky. Isn't the man himself Locust of the Lab a community member? Yes, she is. Definitely a friend of the channel. I don't think owe it to Locust is the right term, but Locust Labs has been really instrumental in the development of this channel in the early days. I had actually Locust Labs is responsible kind of for the Big Hunchback project. So I had done the big urban mech, and then posted it. I had reached out to Mech Frog about doing a potential collaboration, and of course Mech Frog was like, "No, I don't really do painting stuff like that." So he was like, "Oh, come on over to the Discord though and post your stuff." I was like, "Hell yeah," and did. And Locust Labs was kind of like, "Oh, it sure would be cool if someone did one of my mechs in that scale." And I was like, DM me, got you, fam. So I have a soft spot in my hobby heart for Locust Labs. Really appreciate them. Alright, so we screwed up that a little bit, so we're going to come back in with the ivory and make a small correction right there. And that looks good enough, right? Those look like check marks. They're rough. They're not super great, but they're there. Alright, we'll do the same thing here. This is way more fiddly than I'd like. But, you know, when you're working on fiddly stuff like this, every little brush stroke gets you a little closer to done. Step by step. Stroke by stroke. Just over here in my hobby corner, stroking it out. Brush is a little bit more frayed than I'd like. There we go. And like, I don't know how well y'all can see that, but it's like, it's really rough, but like, if I hold it out to here, I can see that it's check marks. Just printed a Locust Labs Quasar, came out fantastic. I'm looking forward to painting it at some point. Did you end up using the pre-supported files on that? I have, I think it's really funny. We talk about how bad pre-supports can be quite a bit in the channel on the Discord communications, and I think it's really interesting that Locust Labs uses, I think it's Atlas is the name of the company that does them, and their pre-supports are really good. It's actually part of why the eBay store is so limited in what's on there, because it's, I wait for the pre-supports. Nope, did my own. There. You know, I was just curious because they've been really good. You can tell the difference between when people just do the like whatever auto supports are like best for their system and post it as the pre-supported file versus having paid like a professional company to do it. All right. So I screwed up a little bit here with the placement of one of these checks. So what we're going to do is just leave a little gap. And though it doesn't make sense, it'll still it'll read fine at arm's length. And of course, this set will be going up on the eBay store as well once they're done. So if you'd like to add them to your collection, shoot an offer. Don't pay full price for them. All right, that's one side checked up. Continuamos. check, check, check. That one's a little too messy. We're gonna have to go back in and clean some of that up. Mind frame? Yeah, okay. And this will wrap around on the bottom. Not that anybody's ever gonna look down there, but I want it on there. Well, I believe in you, man, regardless what it would be. Gotta make sure you share them hot progress pics when it happens. So, yeah, exactly. Could be the next challenge mech, depending on if it gets picked or not. Oh, definitely. We're developing some rules for challenge mechs for those of y'all who are interested. I mentioned it earlier in the stream. The whole idea is that someone assigns you your chassis that you're painting, and then the color scheme, whatever that may be, and then you push it on down to the next one. Of course, we take into account whether or not the individual who's receiving the challenge has a 3D printer, or like what mechs are in their collection. So I could see that Nova becoming your challenge mech really easily. Mr. Derp. So Thunderbolt art and record sheet don't match. Would you rather A, fix the art, or B, fix the sheet? By fix, I mean make it match one or the other. That's a tough one, actually. I honestly think art takes precedence. But there's a lot of mechs that don't match out there. And that's a tough one too, because I'm pretty sure that like the TRO entries and subsequently the sheets, I think those exist before the artwork does. Like in the historical development of mechs, at least. So I think as far as fixing the sheet is the way to actually answer your question, Slink. And if there is artwork out there, that matches the sheet, then it's easy enough to do in Mega Mech. I all the time when I'm printing my sheets, I'll change the fluff art in Mega Mech to print my sheets anyways, because I want the like the old TRO entry art. How about that, y'all? It's like a passable checker, I think. 1 o'clock. Fuck, running out of time. Uh-oh, an ad. I was just looking at chat, and now I have to watch an ad. Sorry about the ads, y'all. YouTube has been really aggressive, and it's been pushing ads. I have heard that you can use Firefox on your phone with ad block enabled if you're not a YouTube Premium person. But I wouldn't know anything about that. I think it'd be fun to do that and give the mechs to members here. How do you get to a part of it exactly? Offer and people will pass it on to you. So I'm gonna review. Well, we'll review as a group. The mechs from the past 2 weeks here in like 2.5 hours. So if any of y'all miss it, just look for a timestamp towards the end if you wanna see it later. Yeah, I think we're gonna be issuing out challenges probably tomorrow for next week's painting stream. The thing about it is it's not about trying hard. It's not about doing your best work. It is simply about getting more painting done. And that's why we do 1 week. 1 week to paint your mech. And it's kind of that whole like, can you put 6 hours into your hobby in a week? For some of us, it's really easy. But realistically, for a lot of us, it's hard. It's hard to find and carve out 6 hours of time in a week to sit down and paint when you got so much other stuff going on. Maybe you work a lot and you just need, more time to yourself to unwind after work or whatever. The live chat tends to not work well on Firefox Mobile, at least for me. Good to know. Thank you, Slink. Yeah, I've just got it running. I've got it running on the YouTube app on my phone here to monitor chat, and I just put up with ads. Honestly, a lot of the time the ads don't bother me too much. Where they really get me is I use YouTube as kind of like my background noise when I go to sleep, and the ads tend to be really fucking like annoyingly loud. I think a lot of ads tend to use soundtracks with like high perceived loudness. So like even if you have the volume turned way down, it comes across to your brain as super loud. Alright. Dude, as soon as we get these checks done and bust out the airbrush and probably have to clean it realistically. Okay. Alright. How many more of these we got to go? A lot. Holy moly, we got a lot of these to go. A week sounds easy, but in 2 days in, I already got 30 hours on the clock. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I think that's... There's also, like, there's no pressure to finish. Other than, we're just trying to encourage and foster more painting in the community. Just paint more minis. That's all it's ever about. Getting more work done. Check marks. Checkers. I don't know if y'all noticed, but these aren't even particularly clean. They look all right when viewed at arm's length distance, and that's really all we care about. It's all about engagement and community building. Yes, indeed. Plus, we quite often will hang out in the voice chats and paint. That has been something that's been happening over on the Discord for a while. It's nice. It's nice to come in and bullshit about whatever's going on and turn on your webcam and get a little painting done. It's remarkable how conducive to success turning the painting process into a social situation can be. All right, we screwed up a little bit here. Let's clean that up. Somehow my paintbrush is putting black paint down. What the hell? Alright. It's just going to have to be good enough on that one. We may go back over and chip them up a little bit. I am back from my meeting. Yes. Might have to hop on the call if I'm home in a decent hour tonight. The invite is always open, Grim. The part of the intention these days on the CFM Discord is to foster community building and to create a social space for folks who like to paint models, for folks who are maybe a little introverted, for people who don't have like really happening communities in their neck of the woods. It's so much more than just trying to generate some money here on this little silly little YouTube channel.
Some neighbors are saying way too loud.
That's only in the morning. He supposed to be up
It is
cooking
mostly
breakfast
penis
or
jokes,
somebody,
though.
and so that's like an alarm clock.
It is mostly penis jokes. Drawing wieners. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. See, I'm talking about penis, and here it is right there.
Timberwolf?
Case in point.
Man, that's clan tag. That's just cheating. I don't want to lose my friends, man.
I see it. I see the redeem exercise. I'm going to get out ahead of that one.
But you do work out.
I do.
You got it. 10 more coming right up.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Thank you much for the press ups. Hey, you got to remember, I'm a fat old man. These are both rough and good for my health. That's 50 so far. We are proud of our penises. Yes. Yes, we are. And you two out there, you in chat, your penis is beautiful too. Okay. How do we do this boy? I think
And a double helping of gravy.
double helping of gravy. Let's see. I think erring on the side of caution and doing just bigger checks is probably the way with this like complicated shape. Yeah. Yep, that worked really well. Okay. And then we can pack one more on this side too, over here. No, this one actually gets wrapped around is what happens. Yeah, like that. Okay. Actually looks really bad. We need to cover this one over. We'll come back to that in just a second. Let's do this one here. All right, so this one, I'm gonna do like it'll start as a single row and then it'll turn into a double row and then back into a single row. Or maybe not. We could fit a second one down there. Yeah, there we go. I love a Saladin. They are a fun little tank. Screeching in at high speed and plugging your opponent with a the base one is just a standard AC-20, but when you start messing with like the LBX or the Ultra AC-20 mode, whoa, this becomes a really scary tank. A little fragile. Blitzkrieg is such a silly lad. Yes, indeed. GG. Especially you ladies. Oh, you know where my stream hand is going to be for the next 5 minutes now. Ah, yes. Where I am, there's no table, only sheets. Wait. Are you doing laundry? Alright. There we go.
But you can work out.
Do I work out though?
Okay.
Who's responsible for this? Ah, yes. This next set of push-ups is sponsored by Grizzly
Go
Soul.
on forever.
Alright. Let's go do those real quick. Actually, you know what we'll do? Before we hop up for that, I'm going to put another pass of ivory on this guy's knee and cover up our botched check marks. I need to put 4 across the top of that to make it work. There we go. All right. Coming. Hold on.
Ten more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Ten more. There you go. If I myself am the dirty laundry, then yes, I'm doing the laundry. Wait a second. All right. So, Assassin, I think we want to try to fit a double row down this thing. Bum, ba-da, bum, ba-da, bum, 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 ba-da. Bum, 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 bum. Is it bad that I know all these like royalty-free songs by heart now? I bet at least one of y'all out there in the crowd does too. Woo! On a bit of a losing streak there, Mr. Slink. See, I know this song because it's in the intro of Big Hunchback. It's in that first scene where the machine's printing out. Who is this? Who is this? Who is this? Let's do full screen projector. ELFL, of course it is. All right, so checkers are looking good enough on these boys. Nightbot reminding folks to come on over to the Country Fried Discord and share your work. Damn hates you today. Yeah, it sure does. Not that that'll even make a dent in your trillionaire status. All right, so what we want to do now is we want 4 across the top of this thing. The problem was having it 3 created a wraparound problem. Sometimes if you're doing check marks, it's just the best policy to redo it from time to time if you find that your pattern does not work with the shape you're doing. I imagine it's kind of the same with caution striping as well. Yeah, way better. Way better. And then we'll do the same over here. One, two, am I in frame? Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, it's almost time to refill this coffee. Okay. We got our checks. They add so much to that design. You wouldn't think that little touch of color adds so much, but it well and truly does. They look good enough. I think it's especially striking on the little Savannah Masters. I do think we need to chip those a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our Hull Red and German Camo Black Brown. 10 billion loss. Don't understand what you're trying to teach. Could you explain what you said about the checkers again? Okay. So here, when I did 3 across the top, when I did 1, 2, 3 checks, when it hit the corners, I had to wrap and basically make a square into a double square. So what I'm saying is sometimes if you get halfway through putting that pattern on a multiplanar surface and you kind of and you discover that it's not really working, there's nothing wrong with painting over with your base tone and starting over again. hull red has taken over the paint. I use too much now after learning about it from you. I learned about it from the Vallejo Infinity Nomads paint set. I also learned about Sunny Skin Tone from that. Sunny Skin Tone is a really fabulous color to use as your highlights on reds. Heck, I actually recommend if you ever see the Vallejo Infinity paint sets on the shelves, pick it up. They're good value for what you're getting, and it comes with a little Infinity model that's exclusive to that set. I don't know if they're in print anymore though. Sunny Skin Tone is it's a cheat code. I don't think I've used Sunny Skin Tone for skin before. No, I used it on Runa, I think. Angel Geraldo. Yes. Angel Gerald's. No, that's not who it is, Grizzly. It's also good for desaturating colors. Yeah, I could see that. Alright, so what we're going to do now is I need very small areas of chipping. So I just want a tiny piece of foam. And then we're going to get our tweezers out. So we have just the tiniest little piece of foam. And we'll take our texture palette to remove most of the color. I need just a tiny bit on here. Okay. And we're just going to come in and we're going to go back in and we're going to attack. We're going to attack our checks every now and then. Just a little bit here, a little bit there. Not much. Just want to make sure that they have a little bit of weathering. And like that was way too much, but we can fix it up later. And in fact, we'll compensate by not chipping the rest of that. This guy, pal, let's put a little bit over that. We just want to weather it, blend it in. Don't be afraid. Never be afraid to chip your freehands. Never ever be afraid to chip your freehands. It makes them look all the better. Boom. Put a little bit on that one. A little bit on that back end. Same here. Just a little bit right there. A little bit there. Oop, see, that's way too much. We'll just fix it with the silver. Bam, put some on that end. A little bit right there. I should have emptied the sponge a little more. Angel Geraldo, yeah, exactly. How did you build your texture palette? This one is a 3D print. I actually, I've been talking about getting one made up as a product in the web store. But really, if you just get like, let's say you got your texture palette, you could come in here and like glue a whole bunch of shit to the inside of it. Just a variety of textures. So you want like a big texture and a medium texture and then like a really fine texture. And then the whole idea is that when you unload your brush onto this as opposed to cardboard or paper towel, your paint doesn't dry out. So your dry brushing looks less chalky. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to come in with a little bit of duraluminum. Even though I used jet exhaust as the main metallic, the jet exhaust is not going to be bright enough to stand out in our chips. So we're going to come back in on these sections that we chipped, and anywhere we've got like a large area of chipping, we're going to come in with a little bit of silver. Just a little bit. Less is more here. We still want that whole red and stuff showing. I also noticed I missed some earlier, so we're going to touch that up now as well. Right here, a little bit on that edge. A bit there. Anywhere that we just laid down the whole red stuff too thick, we're gonna clean it up with the secondary brush chipping. Bam. Which one was it? Yeah, this guy right here especially is really bad off. So we can come in with our brush chipping and clean it up. And you get these little glints of metallic in that chipping. That one didn't get too bad, we'll leave it. This one got really bad right there on top. So we're gonna do that same thing. We're gonna come in, little tappy doos, a little bit of silver here and there. Everywhere that we just put, anywhere there's like large patches of chipping, we'll clean up, get that little glint. This guy had a really big patch too, so we'll clean it up right there. That looks all right. This one, we had a little bit extra right there. Then right here. Bam. And this guy, did this one get a big patch somewhere? Yeah, I think so. Boom. There we go. All right, these boys are ready for a spray coat. Greatest challenge for CFM is to not sponge chip. Yeah. Yes, true. I think that the quality of my work diminishes without my cheat codes. Sponge chipping plus oil washes makes it look like you've done way more work than you actually have. I use cardboard, then I have 3 different sandpapers glued to it and some plastic glued as well. Failures and scraps are a good source for DIY palette texture. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, we're gonna let that paint cure up for a second. I'm gonna hop up, I'm gonna fill my coffee cup, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna spray. So I think what I'm actually gonna do before I hop up, we need to move all this shit. All of it. It's 1:30, so I think, in theory, we should be able to hit these boys with a gloss varnish and then enamel them.
Yeah. But you do work out.
I do work out.
Me too.
Okay.
And I will give you those push-ups as I get up to do this other stuff. But I need to move these models off to the side real quick. We are going to we're gonna come back and we're gonna spray. So I need a clear space for my my like booth thing, which will sit right here. All right, gonna fill my coffee cup. Gonna do 10 push-ups for y'all, and then we'll spray with the airbrush. So be right back. Like a minute. Push-ups. Coffee next. Where's Where's my paint stream button? There it is. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Go mad. Go wild. Yes. Alright. Another set of push-ups there. Alright, so next we need our spray out water. We need our airbrush. Airbrush. Maybe I need to zoom out the camera. Come on, man. Computer. Let's come out to like right there. Shit, even further. Let's come all the way out with it. How far does it go out? There we go. Alright, so this needle's a little dirty. I'm going to clean it with some acetone. Chat, in fact, did not go wild in your absence. I wasn't gone long enough. Besides, last time chat went wild, the cooldowns adjusted on the redeems, the chat bot for the CloudBot store. All right, let's see if we can get this needle in the slot without it locking. I would wager that we, in fact, cannot. And of course, the little fucking lever twisted, so now I gotta take the whole thing apart to put it back in position. Absolute asshole. Let's unscrew for a million years. We'll test this while we're at it. No, that's actually reasonably clean from last time. I've been doing a little better cleaning up the needle and such. All right, so we want. How's our chamber? It's a little tight. I think it's okay though. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna put on our lever. Put the button on. Push that into place. There we go. Put our thingamabob on here. I don't know what you call this part. Mine conveniently gets screwed all the way down. I like it tight. I like a nice tight action. Back in, back on. Come on, Mia. Alright. I'll slap this thing on. Push our needle through. There we go. Excellent. We're just about ready to rock and roll. But I need to get this thing on. And I've been going with a much tighter mask lately. So you'll have to give me a second to put that on.
Alright. Mic test. Looks like levels are alright. Let's get some gloves on, or at least a glove on. Alright, so we're going to be shooting. We're going to be shooting Winsor & Newton Galleria gloss varnish through the airbrush at about 40 psi. Very high pressure. Just say fuck it and go full Breaking Bad with a whole respirator, A+ smoky there. Yes. I need a new respirator though. The straps are a little dry rotted. Okay, so if you guys are using this here, it's got a weird shaped nozzle. You actually want to do it upside down. Otherwise it makes a fucking mess. So we're just going to add this to it straight up. And we're going to take our challenge mech and we're just going to go nuts. Hit it with a nice heavy coat. And now this varnish will serve to help the flow of our enamel wash as well as protect the model. This fucking lug is sliding. Come on, man, grip down. There we go. We want this thing glossed the hell up. Alright. Do that, and then we're going to blast through all the blue boys too. Just hit them real good. And I mean fucking coat them down with this stuff. We want them glossy. Super glossy. Nice hard shellac. It's funny because this is also like a save point effectively. To be able to go back, if we fuck up really bad after this, you could in theory strip all the paint back to the point where your gloss varnish was. Especially if you're working with solvent-based paints like we're intending to do. So, you get these boys good and coated. Got 4 more to go. You a large or medium respirator, man? It's a good question. I want to say large, but like, I don't have a super big head for how big I am. Probably a large. My gloves are large. My shoes are large. But that is not indicative of anything. All right. Da-da-da. 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 Okay. Now, is everybody suitably shiny? I think so. It looks like it. So what we'll do is we'll spray out the remainder here. And my preferred clean out method here, we'll grab some clean water and we're going to pump this in and out of the reservoir. Just flexing the bulb. We're going to squirt that out in our, so we have a clean water and we have a dirty water pot. Just want to flush this a little bit. And now what we'll do is we'll spray some water through it. And then while this is going, I like to take a little bit of acetone. Now mind you, there's a Teflon ring on the back end of this. So we don't want our acetone up in the airbrush, but all in this front end. My airbrush does not have an O-ring here, so we can shoot acetone through the front without causing any damage. And what I like to do then is put a little acetone in there, let it sit for just a few seconds. Give it a moment. And then we're going to spray it out, but we're going to work our needle back and forth while we do it. Make sure that's good and flushed out, and we're going to immediately back that acetone with water, just right through it. Yep. Okay. We're going to swipe our cup and get any residual shit out of there. And now I'm done with the airbrush. So because I'm done with the airbrush, I'm going to take my needle out. And I find that taking the needle out and keeping it right by my airbrush makes it a little easier to work with next time. I'm going to cut my compressor off. I'm going to spray out any residual air. And then this thing should be relatively clean and pretty much ready to go for next time. You know, I see a lot of people with their like meticulously cleaned airbrushes. I never could get that clean with it, but as long as you give it a little bit of love and make sure your parts are good and wiped down, it's okay if it's a little dirty. It's absolutely fine if it's a little bit dirty. Alright, so what is next from here? We're going to put our water away. Pull this out. Set it back there again. I'm going to take this thing off.
Okay, we're back at it. We're back at it. So these guys are all shinied up. This needs to cure before we can put a coat over top of it. We're sitting at 152, so what I'm hoping for is we'll hit them with the enamel wash in about 30 minutes. We'll let it go for about 30 minutes. And then we'll remove the enamel wash and get this boy on his base and done and photographed for the final, for the model review. In the meantime...
But you do work out.
I do.
I do work out.
Okay.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
10 come right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Keep knocking the little thing off the end. Okay. Where's my push-up counter? There it is. That puts us up to 80, Mr. Grizzly. Okay, so from here, what I really want to do is put a little work on these bases. They're a little washed out and gray, so I want some brown in there. And I think what we're going to do, make sure that is enamel. Is this acrylic? No. Is this acrylic? Yes. I think what we're going to do from here is to slap a little bit of some kind of contrast paint in there. Maybe snakebite leather. Maybe Nasdrag yellow, actually. I think the Nasdrag yellow will be really good. Nice and staining. So, we're going to take our Nasdrag yellow. Maybe like 3 little minuscule drops in there. That's probably enough. We're going to hit it with a little bit of water. A lot of bit of water, actually. And basically we're going to thin it down into a yellowy wash. We're going to go down to a bigger brush. That one's probably too big. Let's go with this 2. Yeah. And we're going to come in and we're going to try to get that yellowy stain over most of the base. What we're going to do is we're going to not hit anywhere that's like raised rocks. I'm going to try to get it in between the big rocks on the base. It's very thin yellow wash. Just want to impart a little bit of color into the base. These bases have been a complex blend of colors. Medium grays, beige colors, brown washes, black washes, gray washes. And they got a little bit desaturated too far. So I want to work this yellow in around the bigger stones and keep that just dusty, that very boring, bland gray. Grayish, I should say, on the bigger stones. So we're just going to try and trace them with our real thin wash here. And then these guys just need lens jeweling after that, and they'll be ready for a matte varnish. And then these guys are going to go up on the eBay store. Not sure how much yet. I think starting price will be $150. They are just red after all, but they do have some freehanding details. Who goes there?
Comstar Knight donated a $4.99 super chat. Thin it into a nice BRER. Consistency. We make it interesting here at CFM.
Thank you so much for the generous dono, Mr. Comstar. You're right, we do indeed make it interesting here. Honestly, y'all are the real stars of the show with your fabulous paintings and inspirations behind the scenes. If you too want to see the fabulous inspirations that go into the work here on the channel, make sure to join over on the Discord. Come share your work. We want to heap on praise and criticism alike, whatever you got going on. All right, so you get this nice yellow detail down. I think we're going to do something fun with these bases and use the extra fine flocking. I want to be careful to avoid the blobs of glue that I use for smoke clouds on this thing. I don't know if y'all saw, but my mobile HQ for this unit would not fit on the base, so I tried something really silly and made it and set it up where it's getting some wicked air and has dust clouds coming off its tires. Is it successful? 50% successful. This thing's about to crash. Alright, so we'll get this going. What else can we do in the meantime while we buy time? I think we could maybe do the lens jeweling on these boys. And I see a lot of blue on Kurita Mechs. I think that's what we're going to go for here. So we're going to use our blues from the Vallejo blue set. Everything except for the like midnight color. I'm gonna fall asleep, rest on VOD. Good night, y'all. I'm just now seeing that, Mr. Mental. I hope you have a good sleep. I was on Top Chat after that last ad break, so YouTube. Thanks, YouTube. All right, so we're gonna take our Imperial Blue. We're gonna thin it out with a single drop of water. I can figure out what I did with my pipette that I just had. What? There it is. Boink. One drop of water. And we're going to take that same tight little brush we were using earlier. We're going to bring in the camera. I'm going to like all the way in with the 90 degree, I think. Yeah, YouTube. Yeah, YouTube's a real pal, you know. Alright. So we're going to take that same little fine brush from earlier, and we're going to try to work in blue without screwing things up too bad. These are Locust Labs, I think she called them snapping turtles. It's a Tokugawa tank. So this lance, if you were to pick it up on the eBay store, is an Akuma, a Daimyo, a Panther, and a dragon, complete with a Tokugawa tank standard variant with LBX 10, SRM 6, and 2 medium pulse lasers, and the Tokugawa MRM variant, which is an MRM 30, a tag, and 2 medium pulse lasers. Alright, so we're just coming in with the dark blue. This is not the color of our cockpits. This is like the foundational color. We're going to retain this in the shadows. But it's a nice, strong pigment. So even in its thinned state here, we're going to be able to get one coat coverage.
Yeah. But you do work out.
Do I work out?
Give me 10.
Okay.
I do work out. 10 more coming up, mister.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
Singing? I don't know about singing. I don't know about no singing around here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Where's my counter? There's my counter. That's 90. Thank you. Thing just to kill time. Nuh-uh. Nope. Not gonna do it. Alright, so I think our truck just stood on the front. And this is just a standard mobile HQ. I guess to be like more thematic, Caretans would probably use a daimyo. Not a daimyo, a Morningstar City Command vehicle. But I'm pretty sure that either has less tonnage of communications equipment, or it's like a C3 instead of communications equipment. This instead is the standard mobile HQ with the medium laser, and it has 7 tons of communications equipment, which if you're playing with the TAC Ops add-on, provides a +2 to your initiative roll. And I believe it also has space for infantry, if I recall correctly. It's got like 3 tons of infantry storage. So you could potentially put a full platoon in there. Alright, so Panther is going to be a difficult one. I think we're just doing the mouth, because those eyes are so small. I don't think I can do it. I think they're outside my skill level. This one's a little small. I should have scaled it up some. Storing infantry like sausages. What, in your tummy? Alright, so Dragon gets a little one across the front here. It's funny that the I think the Dragon sucks, honestly. I think it's a really bad chassis, but damn is it not cool looking. And this chunky boy by Locust Labs has been so fun to paint. Him's got a little hat on. How's our... These guys are still a little tacky to the touch. Alright, so I think we're on schedule to hit these with the enamel wash right after this step here. Alright, so next we're going to get out our magic blue, and we're going to thin it down with a single drop of water, just like the previous. We come in here with our pipette, put a drop on it, carefully stir it with the back of the brush. Either use the back of the brush or a nice big soft brush. Also, sad day on the Dragon Slander. The Dragon's a jobber at best, unfortunately. AC5, LRM10, medium lasers. It's got very middling output. Like it doesn't do anything really special on its own. I think it's a great like teammate. They don't really shine. That said, I've actually been running a Dragon on Mech Warrior Online lately. I put a Gauss rifle in it and 2 medium lasers, and it's been alright. It's been a really nice sniper. Okay. So on all of these cockpit lenses, we're basically going to cover everything but the top left corner with this new blue color. We're going to leave a little bit of shadow. The daimyo here is interesting because it's got 3 panels. So I think we're actually going to give it the 3-panel treatment here. And to do that, what we do is we'll treat each panel like its own pane of glass. But then on the dark side here, we also need to make sure that that edge is highlighted. So on this side, we'll come up it like that. The trick here for like multi-directional glass, I think, is to just follow whatever rule you have in place for your jeweling. Don't try to like think about where the sun is going to be in relation to each of those panels. Just like I'm going to put my brighter color to the right. Just look at each panel in a vacuum and follow the same rules. Put the bright color down to the bottom right. So like right here, bottom right, boom. Blend it up. This one may actually need a little bit of actual blending with the dark color. So we'll do that as well while we're here. So we're going to put a little bit of that dark in the corner. I'm going to kind of wet blend that kind of that color front together. There we go. All right, so same rule here. Even though we've turned it a little bit, we're still going to put that bright color to the bottom right. No matter what direction that is facing, we just follow the same rules. And then we're also going to blend it with the darker tone. And then same on this side. So we've rotated it, and we're still going to follow the same rule. Bottom right. Boom. Come back in with the darker tone. Do a blend. Wet blend that color front. I made it too dark, so we're going to come back in with a little bit more of the light tone. We're going to pull it up into that darkness. Excellent. Dragon, same treatment, though it's a little tiny slit of a windshield. So we're just going to, bam. Try not to screw it up too bad. I'm being bevinked. I always think about the light direction, but then I forget. Yeah, and I think that's the way to do it, is just to have the simple rule. Just have your panels always the same direction. It's especially important across like a lance. For that cohesion, for that look, you're selling the idea. You're not painting for realism. Well, I should say that with a caveat. You can always paint for realism. There's nothing stopping you from painting for realism. I just think that, like, for painters like myself, that's a little bit outside my wheelhouse, a little bit far removed from my skill level. So I paint to sell the idea instead of painting to achieve like that strong sense of reality. All right, so now I'm going to do a 50-50 mix. Do a 50-50 mix of our magic blue and our sunrise blue. Get a nice little in-between tone there. Going to realism these nuts. And then we're going to come in with the same approach. We're just going to hit the right side, but even less. Honestly, on these sunken ones, that's probably all we're going to do. The Akuma has little tiny eyes, so even less here.
But you do work out.
I do work out, don't I?
Okay.
You got it, mister. 10 more coming up.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
Boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I did those ones a little fast. But that is a hundo today. Alright, continue almost. 215. Oh man. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. Alright, so same deal. We're going to come in sticking to the bottom right. Now this is interesting because the bottom right is actually the top of this panel. It looks like our blend there isn't super smooth, so I'm going to take a little bit of the Imperial Blue and the Mech Blue, and we're going to bring this back out again right here. Put that Imperial Blue back in the corner. Going to come back in with the Magic Blue right across all of that. And then we're going to come back in with our light color one more time right here. Ba-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. All right, so one by one by one by one, you come in with that bright color in the corner. You can actually feather this color out some. Well, I'm going to have a nice blue paint thumb for the paint thumb section today. And then we will thin that color out. Finally, our dragon gets a little bit. Make sure to get it all over outside the lines, you know, so you have to clean it off. There we go. Ooh, oh my God. How much was that you just won? 249 billion? Let's see. 1,000 million, billion, 24 billion. Holy moly. That's insane. Alright, so final pass on these guys. We're going to take just our straight, what is this, sky blue? Sunrise blue. This one you can't see enough of the cockpit to put a dot, so we're not going to worry about it. The Akuma needs tiny little dots now. Tiny little dots in the corners. There we go. There's one. And there's two. The Panther needs a tinier dot in the corner. Bam. The Daimyo needs some very thin streaks of the bright color. Keep it real small. We're just making L shapes at this point. Very sharp. Sharp little points. Now, I think we screwed up the blend a little bit on this Daimyo, honestly. So I actually want to come back in with our magic blue and brighten some of that up. And then we'll come back in with our 50-50 mix. And we'll push it right up next to where we did the brightest color. And we're going to blend it out. There we go. I want a dark tone in there too. There we go. That looks decent. Okay. Same on this guy. We want just a little, kind of want like an actual L shape. A real sharp highlight instead of like a big blended area. Just want to brighten it in that corner. There we go. I'm going to come in over here too, do the same thing. Zip and a zap. Same in this corner. Kind of a like a sharp angle. All right, this one here. Can we fit a little highlight here? I think we can. Can we do it without screwing up again? Is the real question. No, is the answer. I also realized that we didn't highlight the side windows last time. So we're going to come back in and try to do it without screwing up. There we go. Song about zombies. Yeah, it is about zombies. Alright, so because we have a wet palette, our white from earlier is still ready to roll and it's super thin. So usually I would go for Liquitex white ink, but in this case this color is going to work fine. I don't think we can get a dot in here. Maybe we can. I'm going to try right here. There we go. Boom. There's that one. This one's a little too recessed, so we're not going to mess with it. I've also switched to a 3.0 with a nice sharp tip for this. So we're going to try to put little tiny white dots. There's one. And there's two. Same here. Remove the excess. Tiny dot. That is not a tiny dot, but it is fine. Looks good enough. Little dot. The same here. filthy rich. We'll do a dot here. Bam. We'll do a dot there. Bam. A dot here. Pew. And a dot here. And then that just adds so much immediately. It's remarkable. Now, can we fit one on this dragon without botching it? The answer is yes, surprisingly. Okay, those guys are all ready for the next step. So, how tacky are these? These are... there's a tiny bit tacky, but I'm out of time. I'm gonna risk it. So we're gonna take our enamel pot here, and we're gonna go with rust streaks. We're gonna go with rust streaks from AK. We do need to get a glove back out and protect our hand. We're gonna use that same glove from earlier. No, it's too sticky. Dragon's another weird art. Conflate's right arm should have a LAA, but a lot of the art does not. Does it have a lower arm actuator on that side? Yeah, I guess it does. Because the old school mech has the elbow. Alright, so we're going to put a little bit of our rust streaks out. I think this was oil paint, actually. It smells like oil. I'm not going to use that cup. Let's use this one instead. So we're going to get out our rust streaks. And we're going to get out our dedicated slopping brush. This is an ancient Princeton 10 shader, 10 flat. And we're going to come in and we're going to attack our models. I just realized I need a glove on both hands for this. Now, if any of y'all out there don't have enamels or oils in your collection yet, I highly recommend it. It's very cheaty. Enamels are good because they dry really quick. So, like, I'm going to be able to remove this color pretty shortly, like within 30-45 minutes, just in time to wrap up our paint day and do the reviews. I need to take a picture of this too and put it in my own review. I just realized I also did not lens jewel the weapons on this. I'll do it if I have time. Alright, so this is now covered in a rusty brown nastiness. We'll remove it in a bit. And while we have this out, we're also going to goop up all of our blue boys. I chose the rust color because of these blue fellers. The orangey brownishness of the rust streaking grime, the streaking rust streaks, will do really well, I think. We're just gonna hit it all over. Hit it all over. Get it down in them crevices. Completely slop it on. Don't be afraid, because we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back later with a solvent, and because it's a solvent based paint, we can take it off without hurting our acrylics. I prefer oil paints, but the oils take a few days to dry. It's the problem. Just want to goop everybody down. I've seen people spray this out of the airbrush too. I could see where that would work. We just want to put it on and we'll take it off later. I want this whole thing gooped up, brown. Look like you ruined it. Should need a little bit more. Goopy goop indeed. We do goop. Put it all over that Savannah Master. How about our lightning attack craft? This thing looks like a damn F-Zero car. Which makes sense. It goes fast. It delivers a bunch of rockets. And it's done. Let's scoop up our Blitzkrieg. Get him all over that rusty nonsense. Now, I don't know if you can tell, but you might be able to see that the color is kind of running over the surface and collecting in the crevices rather than staining any of the edges. And that is because, well, not only the capillary, like the surface tension action of enamels is much, viscosity is much lower than acrylics, but we also have that nice glossy coat over top to unify and create smooth sliding sensations. All right, that's good there. Let's clean this up a little bit. Boom 2 with a 99. Holy shit, dude. All right, we'll put that up for later. These guys are going to dry for about a half hour. In the meantime, we'll save these gloves. Bum, 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 bum. I think we want to get our lads here finished up. So what we want to do is start researching what the weapons are. And I can tell you immediately that I know our Panther has a PPC. So we'll start with that. I think our Daimyo has a PPC as well. Let's take a peek. Daimyo has ER PPC 2 medium lasers. This is also a PPC, so we're going to coat it blue right here. I believe our Akuma also has PPC going on. Akuma, ER PPC, LBX. I think it's this one. I'm pretty sure it's that one. So we'll start there. We'll come back around to the Panther, which should now be dry enough to eat a little bit of our brighter blue in the middle. There we go. Daimyo still not. So in the meantime, what we'll do is we'll black out all the other lasers. We'll take some black and put it on all the mediums. Bam, bam, bam. One right here. And one back here. I'm out of frame, I apologize. This one's a medium laser as well. So we'll black that out. These guys on the front have medium pulse lasers. So we're just gonna black those out as well. The tag is also a thing. So it's gonna get blacked out. Blacked out. I also want to take a moment to put black inside all the autocannon barrels. So we're going to get a nice bead on the end of our paintbrush, and we're just going to put it in and swizzle it around. Same with the dragon. Nice bead on the end, stick it in, swizzle it around. Okay. Normal or Grand Dragon? Grand has PPC. Did a gloss varnish before the brown? Yes, on the enamel wash? Yes. It's a normal dragon. Normal dragon. Alright, so we're going to grab our magic blue now for our PPCs. I got that one really off center, so we're going to try to pick up some of it. Actually, we're going to get a different brush and we're going to pick up that whole mess we just made. Pick all of that up. There we go. Come back to that in a second when that wet spot dries. PPC on the Akuma gets the magic blue in the middle. Let's see if the Daimyo's ready. Yes. It's also going to get some magic blue. Let's try to get it in the middle this time. There we go. Okay. We're going to come back in with our sunrise blue. Right in the very center. There we go. Lovely. Same here. Going to come in with that bow like that. And then same on our Daimyo. I think that's good. Alright, now was it medium lasers became green at some point? So we're gonna start with, I like a red medium laser as per like MechWarrior 4. Small lasers were green. But I think the current trend is to do smalls as red now. I'm gonna put a little bit of water. Don't need much because I didn't put much paint out. 237, we're waiting. I can see my enamel wash is still very shiny. Very, very shiny. I need that tiny brush again. Where'd you go, tiny brush? Where did you go, tiny brush? Is it this one? I'm already using it. Large laser used to be red even in the books. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our War Boss green and any of these lasers, we're gonna paint a crescent of War Boss green. Come in with a crescent.
I do. Give me 10.
Okay.
10 more coming up. You're gonna have to wait just a second.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
All right. 10 more coming up.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Starting to feel it in my biceps. Someone has a very loud stereo outside. I appreciate that he has chosen to share his copyrighted music with us all. All right. Now these are recessed lasers. I really hate when artists do that. In fact, I hate it so much I'm about to amend that. Let's get a lecherous titty lady sticker. There we go. We'll use that one. All right, so we want just a little bit of super glue. Just a bit. We're going to take our toothpick here. We're going to come in. We're going to try to fill those. I almost tried to paint thumb my super glue there. I don't know if y'all caught that. I want just enough of a bead on those holes where the super glue has surface tension. I'm gonna let those cure for a moment. Let's see, do we have any other lasers that need? I'm not gonna bother on the on these here. I think we're just gonna leave those as holes because they're tanks. These are concave or convex lasers. They're better. They're way better for painting. Just a little nod to any of y'all sculptors out there. Please. Convex dome-shaped laser emitters. That's what we want. That's what I want. I think we actually need a little more glue on that daimyo. That wasn't quite enough. So we're going to do it again. There we go. Let's hit it again with a little bit of accelerant. You may be a little too early, Mako. I'm not sure if exercise is off cooldown yet. Okay. Also, if y'all don't know Mako, check out Mako over on my mini factory. It's Mako_prints if you want some really cool designs in a quite unique style. Big recommend. Go check them out. Give some love. Maybe consider tossing $2 a month to support. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing with this dragon's lasers. I'm going to trace a little green crescent. Little green crescent in the bottom right corner. Little green crescent. Who else? We've already done the Akuma. I think our HQ needs one. Little green crescent. don't know if we can manage it though. This one's so tiny. These ones, I mean, there's no hope. I'm not even gonna try. They're concave. Also by my basis. Yes, indeed. We need to do some black on these newly convexed lasers there. I think I'm also going to take a little bit of black and fill in these SRM holes very gently. Someone killed chat with a rotary autocannon. Bink, bonk, bonk. Water gear. Okay. I'm thinking... Oh, fuck. I just broke the damn antenna. Can I get this antenna back on? I bet I can. Bet you never thought that antenna would go right back on even though I snapped it. Let's smooth down that glue.
What?
A dimmer
Timber wolf? No, man. That's Eclectic. That's just cheating. I don't want to lose my friends, man.
I actually have I need to work on your CFM base you did. Yes, please, please. Let us know when you have some stuff, and you're more than welcome to pop that in your store for sale, mister. Okay, we'll fill in those. How's our MRMs looking here? That looks pretty good. All right. What did I just fix? Oh, we did the black here. Okay. So now we're ready to do our Warboss green crescents. But I bet you never thought. Such a good song. But bet you never thought what? What's she talking about? All right, we're going to pull out the moot green. And we're going to pull out... I think we're going to do yellow missiles, actually. Yeah, I think we're going to do yellow SRMs. But first... we're going to finish jeweling our green. A little bit of moot green. Just put a little bit out, and we still have this little puddle of water right here, so we can scoop some up and thin this out a bit. The thing is, we don't want this too thin. We want it thin enough where it doesn't clump, but thick enough that we can get away with just a single application. So we're going to come back in where we did the green crescents before. And we're going to do an even smaller, gentler green crescent. Boom. There we go. Dragon gets the same treatment. Smaller, gentler. Same on the back. Boom. Same on the daimyo. Gentle, gentle. Small movements. Tiny touch. Who else had one? This guy. Tiny touch. Alright. We're going to take our white, which is still wet from before. We're going to come in and we're going to do that same specular highlight. Wherever you put your lens jeweling on your cockpits, you need to follow the same rule on your lasers. So, color highlight to the bottom right, specular highlight to the top left. And I don't, you guys probably can't see that, but it's just like, it's such a tiny little touch that makes a huge difference. I need to sculpt some bases right meow. I don't have my printers available right now, so I can't print the prototypes. That is unfortunate. Alright, let's do that. And that. Who else is left? The Daimyo? Daimyo gets some. Little boink, little boink. There we go. All right, so we're going to come in with some deep yellow now. I'm going to find anywhere that has exposed lasers or exposed missiles. Actually, we have a little tag laser that needs yellow on it. I'm going to do the tag in yellow. I think that makes the most sense just somehow to me. A little bit there. There's a black-yellow blend. Now we're going to come back in with yellow. Bottom. There we go. I'm going to take our white. I'm going to do a tiny little dot at the top. Perfect. Alright, so first of the yellow will be these SRMs. Gonna be try to be really careful about where we're going with these dots. We don't want it too thick. We don't want to spill over, but we also want any like convex stuff to do things.
Grizzly Troll donated a $2 super chat. Redeem JYD please. Sparkles Sparkles Ninja Taco Hot Pepper Folded Hands JJJJYYYYDDDDSTTUD.
You got it, Mr. Grizzly. That will be the next redemption. I need to find a clip. If you find a good clip, send it to me. We'll cut it down. Just DM me any ideas you have on it. Ideally, it needs to be like between 6 and like 12 seconds, somewhere in there. All right, and I think that will be all of our convex missiles. Right? Nobody else? No. The dragon. All right, can we do this without screwing up? I am not so confident, but we're gonna try. All right. Also, thank you for the generous donation, Mr. Grizzly. I know I harp on it every time one comes through, but it really is those small donations that all add up and make all this possible. You guys together make this a job, and I love it. Thank you so much. Okay, so that's all those missiles. I think next what we want to do is regard our... See, this is still kind of wet on the back. Still really wet, actually. I maybe need to hit it with the hair dryer. I did see that Mr. Harlock posted the Mega Dungeon link in the self-promotion. So a reminder that I will be joining the Dicks in the Dark tonight for Mega Dungeon right after this stream. So if you guys need some D&D in your life and want to see what shenanigans are going on over at the Dicks in the Dark, make sure to check it out right after here. I do not have a automatic link for this chat, but we shall see. All right, so next up on the agenda here, we want to get out a little bit of Elmer's Glue All and drizzle it all over our guest palette. And we're going to start applying little bits of flock to these bases, as well as the base for my challenge mech. And I think what we want to use, I want to get out some of this mix. Been a little while since I've used it. So let's start attacking our Kurita bases with a little bit of PVA. What we'll do is we'll just spread this stuff around and get like some good areas of it that makes sense. All right, and then we'll take the lid of our container and set our mech in it, and then get in here and pile some of that shit on there. I like to completely coat it and then tamp it down with my finger and then tap the excess off. Give it a little blow over to the side, and we have this like this fun like classic kind of base covering. Then we're going to find another low area here and do something similar. Put a whole bunch of it in that corner. Do the same thing right here. Coat that spot, tamp it down one time, tap the X off, give it a little blow. Same, we're just going to go down the line. I think this daimyo wants a big patch of it here. Again, we're trying to avoid the areas with the raised rocks. Just get some nice patchy ground cover here. There we go. Same deal. Come in here, attack that, tamp it one time, tap it down, blow it. Could you just dunk and swish? It's a little uncontrolled. A little uncontrolled. I want a nice tight control over what I'm doing here. Alright, there's 2 down. Can we get some on these Tokugawas? I think so. Maybe what we'll do is like give one side some. Bam, 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 bam. This is the Marauder video. That's where this song comes from. Bam, 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 bam. All right. We'll do some on this side now. Tamp the excess, give it a little blow. Okay, who's next? think we need a little extra PVA glue. H is for hell, U is for ugly, and G is for jail. Let's put a whole bunch in front of this Kuma's foot. There we go. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, we'll put a whole bunch there. Tamp it once. Finger it away. I think we need another little patch on the back. I generally like to do 2 uneven patches. It's real reminiscent of kind of the old school basing from, like, I say old school, but like the 5th edition, 6th edition 40K basing. Not the really old stuff with the goblin green bases. Bam, 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 bam. Bow, bow, bow. Now I want to put like a whole bunch around this foot. Like this guy is stepping in a big patch. Beep, doop, doop, doo. Bow, bow, bow. Yeah, I think that looks great. And then we'll do another, following that rule of like big patch, small patch. We'll do some over here. Just a little bit. More glue. Damn, dude. You're bouncing back, Mr. Slink. Bouncing back big time. Alright, more drizzle. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Now this one's going to be tough to get some in there. So I'm also going to try to sprinkle some up underneath it. Just a bit. Alright, so this one's going to get a hard sprinkle in there. And then we'll try to, we'll use the brush, I suppose, to do a little tamping. Yeah, okay, we got some up underneath. Excellent. Lovely, lovely. And I think I want the same feel for our klimped mech. So I want to put a bunch of this stuff down here. Kind of in these recesses on these rocks. This is the base for our challenge mech. I'm going to spread a good amount out. These are bases by Mr. Crates, which I will get some up on the web store sometime soon if you want them. I think they're fabulous because they have the full hex edge, but then the terrain is like raised up out of them. I like that look quite a bit. There we go. We got a nice little coverage on the base there. All right, I think we're done with this stuff. Let's put out a few little bits of tufts as well. Not much, but some. Where are you sitting at? 3 o'clock? Oof, we're running out of time. Running out of time. Need this boy to hurry up and dry. We need to be reviewing models by 4 o'clock. That's all there is to it. All right, I'm going to break off a few little tufts. Little tiny tufts. I'm going to fail my own challenge, y'all. All right, that's probably enough, actually. We'll set these aside. So we want 2 implements. We want our nice sharp curved tweezers, and then the toothpick can be for tamping it down. But what we want to do is accentuate the look with little bits of block. So let's get a good amount of PVA on there, and we're going to start adding little bits of greenery. That does not have enough glue. Let's try again. There we go. I think we could use a second one on that, so let's get another little piece. And we're going to stick it right there. Nice little pair of shrubs. Excellent, that looks fine. This one could use, I think we'll be a little more bold with this one. And we're gonna put this piece on the same side as our blocking. There we go. Okay. Dragon. Mr. Dragon, I think you're gonna get this nice big tuft right here. And we're gonna put it maybe right here by this back foot. And then we're going to put a tiny little piece up front. So grab this thing, stick it down right there. There we go. Lovely. Daimyo. I think Daimyo wants one. We're going to put him right there in between those 2 little patches. And you know what? This one's got a bunch of rocks on the base, so we're just going to leave it with 1. I think that's enough. I did kind of go hard mode on you with Klimt. Yeah, a wiener stuck in between 2 buns? It sure is. That's funny. Very appropriate for what we do around here. Alright, so I put, I think 3 little pieces on the Akuma. The point is to just create some variation, some texture, some color change, some little pops. Because you know, in real life, unless it's like a manicured lawn, areas of greenery are hardly ever homogenized. Not saying it doesn't happen, just that it's unlikely. This needs a different piece. There we go. Then we'll put a nice big one right on our base, right here-ish. And I think that's almost good. Kind of want one more up on this front end here. There we go. Okay, so, oh, I want some on this one too. There we go. Let's get I think 3 little pieces. That should do. Let's get one right there. Let's nestle one down in that little crevice. Right there. And then we'll nestle one. You know what? We'll just put it right in that patch of green. And while we're at it, we got these 2 little tiny specks. We're going to use those specks. One right here. But we come off the damn tools. It's like it's immediately glued to the tweezers. Alright. Last one right there. Lovely. Okay, so we got our base for the thing. We got basing done for these, except for the rimming. And bibbity bibbity boobs. There are boobs. It's true. 310. Okay. I think I may need to bust out the hairdryer for this guy. It's mostly dry. It's just not dry back here. Yeah, it's still really wet in places. Alright, we're going to get out the hairdryer. I got to fast track this. We're running out of time. Because this still needs to come off and dry. So let me grab that hairdryer real quick. I'll be right back. Holy shitskis. Oh yeah. It's if there was ever any semblance of an economy, it is gone now. Slink. Alright. Let's blast this boy with the hairdryer and get him all dried off. I hope that's not coming through too bad. I need it to dry. It needs to be dry. He needs to be dry, yes. Quickie. Scariest thing I did was put in the work to gamble that high. Granted, it was old system, but still. It's still possible in the current system. Is it? Is this peaking? Not too bad. Fucking A. Come on, hairdryer, do your magic. Burp, burp. Alright, so So many notifications. My phone's going burp burp.
Salute the sun.
Ah, I see what that is. Yes, very cool. All right, so now we need one of these is that is mineral spirits. That is mineral spirits. So we're gonna come back in with our mineral spirits gloves. Beep beep motherfucker beep. Yes, indeed. All right. 3:14. I hope we've got the time to do this. But we might not. All right, so I need my dirty brush. I need a fresh paper towel. You know what? I can use this filthy one actually. We're gonna come in. We're gonna start attacking the model with a liberal washing of mineral spirits. Now, this is where I kind of prefer. I prefer oils for this because it blends more, whereas the enamels kind of just like immediately become solvent, whereas the oils kind of you can shift them around a little more. And this should be all right because any of the really thick areas that weren't like super dry should get really thinned out with this attack now. Alright, that looks good. Now we're going to take our paper towel and we're going to start just attacking the surface. And we're wicking away a whole bunch of that rust wash where we can. Leaving it basically on the bottoms, the lower surfaces. The legs, the undersides of the arms, a few of the sections on the torso. Just really want it removed from all the upper edges. And if we see any really heavy pooling, we'll also deal with that. And I really want it removed from the shoulders and face. Just like, I kind of want no trace of it. Okay, that looks okay. That I'm not upset at it. I do also want it removed from the missile ports. So we're going to try to wick that away, but like places like right there, underneath the arm, that's fine. In this like elbow joint, that's fine. Underneath here, perfect. All over these legs, lovely. That looks good to me. Mech needs a bath. It basically is getting a bath. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to let this dry a bit. And in the meantime, we can start rimming these bases. And then hopefully in the next like 10 minutes, we can bust back out the airbrush and hit these all with a matte coat. That's the plan. All right, so let's rim our bases with black. We're not going to use the golden today. We're just going to use some Vallejo. A little bit of water. Bonk. 2 is probably fine. We're going to go down to a big old 4 brush.
But you do work out.
I do work out, don't I?
Okay.
All right, you got it, mister. Popping up right meow.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.
She can go on forever.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You know you're old when getting up off the ground is the worst part of that. Thank you, Mr. Mako. It's 120 today. Feeling all right about that. Get them gains. I don't think it's enough for gains, unfortunately. But I do feel stronger. And of course, some exercises more. I don't thin my craft paint to rim the base. Thick paint settles into layer lines. I don't have layer lines, though. Because they're resin printed. You see. But that's not a bad tip if you're painting on FDM bases. Although, thick paint does show brush strokes as well. So I think there's a little give and take with that. Almost there. Okay, so I think hopefully by the time we've rimmed all these bases once around, that model should be dry enough to hit it with the hairdryer, maybe, and receive a matte varnish. 321. Woof. Watching the clock. Let's see, what else is coming up soon? No Gunpla Sunday this Sunday, but I want to return to it soon. The next 2 Sundays in a row are going to be reserved for some Solaris duels. This Sunday we're doing a training session in Discord for folks to make sure they know the rules for the big game on the 30th. I think after the game on the 30th, as we go into April, we'll have a return to Sunday Gunpla and get that Caprico style Zabungle kit done. Caprico type. Next Wednesday, I think we'll be diving back in on Squirrel Girl. Maybe trying to get her done. I might do something with that sooner. What else do we have? We got a Warhammer Marine to paint up. We got a Olive Drab Lance coming up. All kinds of fun stuff happening over here. So much painting, y'all. It's unreal how much painting is getting done behind the scenes. I'm going to try to document more of it for y'all. Also going to shoot to have a video out soon. We're going to be showing off Runa. Time to get caught back up. All the efforts lately have been painting for the eBay store. All right. Nice rim job on this dragon. It's been a good boy as opposed to a bad dragon. Going the thicker to fill the lines helps. It depends. It depends. I like a nice smooth finish. And if the brush strokes are showing up, if it's not a smooth finish. I don't know, been a while since I painted with an FDM base. I'll give it a go though. Mr. Slink. Bust out the old FDM printer, print out some bases, see how they go. Hit them with some thick paint to fill the lines. Could be worthwhile. Could be worth espousing as a tip. Alright. Just about all the way around. Then we'll do the base for the Klimt mech. Not to be confused with the Clint. It's a Klimt. Klimt. Gustav even. What would be a good a front marking for the Klimt mech? Where are we at? 326. Whew, closing in, closing in. I need to be reviewing those mechs no later than 4 o'clock. Alright. Everybody rimmed. No. Panther needs a rim. I'm thinking Karita symbols on these actually. On the front facings. Could we do that in 20 minutes? I think so, maybe. Might be worth giving a go at least. I don't want to rush the reviews. But I want to finish these mechs and get them ready for the eBay store today. Or tonight at least. Okay. That's our boys rimmed. Give them a nice rimming. I may have lied. I don't think the AP paint for the rim. I think I do for the craft, but not as much for normal painting. That craft paint is thick, and you talk about brush strokes. Has me question myself been too long. Now, I need to give it a go, Slink, and see how it works. I definitely do use the paint to hide the layer lines, though. Yeah, I've never tried it, so I really can't actually speak to it. I will need to, I need to test it. If hanging out in this community has taught me anything, is that you can speak authoritatively on things and be totally wrong. Personal incredulity does not remove the fact of the matter. So I will keep an open mind. Morning all, welcome. Oh my god, amazing Cretan mechs top of screen. We all don't know something right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Cretan mechs are basically done, Mr. David Fayafay. we're gonna be putting Cretan symbols on the front facings of the mechs now. And then they're gonna get hopefully matte varnished here in the next 15-ish minutes, because I'm working on my challenge mech to do the reviews here in a half hour. So we just want to put nice little red circles on the front of all these bases. Happy little circles. And then these boys are going to go up for sale tonight. A reminder to anybody who's interested, make sure to, if you're interested in picking these up and supporting the channel, make sure to send an offer. Do not pay full price for these. Unless you absolutely insist on it. And then I will also be listing these with international shipping, which shouldn't be too bad. eBay, I think, gives a discount on shipping. So it should be reasonable. And should know that they're definitely fun little lance. And of course, these will be added to the these will all be added to the Country Fried Minis Mercenaries module for Tabletop Simulator. And which is front? I think this is front. So any of y'all will be able to play with these in Tabletop Simulator if you want to run some games over there using that software. That's way off center. It's way off center. I'm not happy with that. I'm gonna have to fix it. Alright. This one needs to be fixed, but we're gonna have to wait a second. Alright, so we're gonna go back to our Warboss green, because these are 8th Sword of Light. So 8th Sword of Light gets like a jade green, dude. Filling primer lately. Oh my god. Come on, ad. Your timing is impeccable, ad. Yes, I will just hurry right out and use iPostal 1. FDM takes at Battletech scale. With filling primer. Alright, so we're going to take that water that was on our palette here. We're going to thin out our green. Alright. Alright, let's attack our bases here. So, to do a Cretan symbol, we want to start the bottom of the dragon, kind of to the bottom left. We're going to bring it up and over and loop it back around on itself. Real gentle. Build it up. And it's not necessary to get the full head, but like if you can get the little split jaw, it's a nice touch that'll sell it. And that is a little Cretan symbol. It's good enough. I mean, honestly, it's just an S. And if you can manage that, well, you can sell the idea to your viewer. I know I say it a lot about freehand, but it really is more about selling the concept to your audience, to your viewer, than painting accurately. That just pulled off a whole bunch of paint. Alright, so this one was off center. So we're going to redo this one here in a moment. This brush is starting to wear out. The tip is really janky. Start from the side. Bring it up, over, up, and back onto itself. What size brush are you using? This is a 3-0. It's the start of a Trogdor, just like on the rant, a random dropship you may or may not still have. Yeah, it's over there. 00, no, it's a 3-0. The tip is a little shot on this, so I'm not able to get the details I'd like. Honestly, I think it's a good policy to keep a small brush on hand, specifically for stuff like this, dotting eyes, doing freehand stuff. Now, one thing I am doing is I've got like a bead at the tip of the brush, and I'm very gently riding that bead and coaxing it. So anytime you do too much pressure, it's going to be a bad time. All right. Am I in frame for this? Okay. I'm trying to keep this where y'all can see. Next up is our Akuma. Bam, across, up and over, and then split the tip. Let's try to get a red circle down on this guy, right in the center this time. Okay. Now, while that dries, I always like the Akuma aesthetics. Me too. And the sculptor of this one did a great job, I think. We're going to thin back down our moot green from earlier. And now we're going to come back in to our little dragons. And we're going to highlight them with moot green. So just a little across the top there. And a little across the S at the bottom. Boom. That's it. Just a little bit of extra. So we're just picking where the curves are. It's so easy to screw up that we don't want to try to overdo it and end up shooting ourselves in the foot. Bam, bam. That red is still too wet, so we'll wait a second. Now, Lovely, lovely, lovely. Coming right along. Alright, 8th Sword of Light, boys. Ready to go. 3058. Might have to grab the STL. It's the one by Cromlech the Mad. Alright, we need to hit these. This guy got to get a little... I'm going to get the hairdryer, try to dry this off some. We got to get this challenge mech on the dang base. Let's actually hit him with the hairbrush too. Hairbrush. Hair dryer. Bam 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 bam. Is that the Akuma holding an elemental? It is. That sculptor actually included multiple variants in multiple poses, which I thought was really, really cool. I always love seeing when sculptors like actually take into account variants. It's been a bit of a hot topic of discussion in the community lately. Because BattleTech is so like proxy friendly, I feel like there's not a lot of incentive for sculptors to include the variants. Alright, so we got that one highlighted now. What are we going to do now? Let's get this guy off his base. Where's my hobby knife? So, the back foot is just glued. The front foot is a pin. But I don't think we want the pin on the final product. Let's see if we can't break it free. Yeah, we sure did. Okay. Let's get rid of that little bit of trapped stuff here. I think we're gonna maybe try to wrench free this pin. I don't think we need it. You know what? We'll use it. We'll use it. Let's figure out how we're gonna set up our model on this base now. Bam, 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 boop, batto. I think right there is good, actually. Like that, maybe? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna paint the tip of our pen real quick in black paint. And we're gonna get this guy set up where we want him. We're gonna mark our pinhole. Alright. Get out our pen vise. 343. Oh boy, we're cutting it close. We're cutting it close, because I still gotta get out the airbrush again and varnish these boys. The WYSIWYG discussion, yes.
But you do work out.
I do.
Nuh-uh.
Me too.
I don't work out. No, not at all. Yeah, 10 more coming right up, Mr. Another Nate.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
Here we go. Back down to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10.
back up. We're back. We're back. 130, mister. All right. Make sure to obliterate your forehead on your camera arm. Okay, so we're going to find our little hole. We're going to start it with our awl, which needs to be sharpened again. Put a little divot in there. Set our drill bit in the hole and start spinning. And the beauty is I got this self-healing cutting mat here. So whenever we finally pop through, it will safely stick into the mat. Back it out. That going. You start pre-cleaning. There we go. And we want our helper. I'm going to give our helper a little bit more sticky stuff. There we go. Maybe 2 dollops will do. Find our toothpick from earlier. And we're going to generously coat that pin. Put a little bit on the front of that foot. And we'll put some on the front of that foot too. Nice amount there. All right. Now we're going to align our hole with what we want to do and press this model home. Hold it down real tight. I'm going to grab our BSI Instaset. We're going to fucking lock it in place. Get that done. Bam. Need a good drop. There we go. All right. Every little extra can add some immersion. I like their extras not required. Best WYSIWYG, second proper mechs, third we can play. I like printing variant if I can, but it's not required. It's almost like Canon paint schemes. I like doing some of those, but never. I never once did I claim that it would prohibit play. But I want to point out, like, I think it's a little incredulous to pull out my catapult and say it's a K2. I don't know. I also think that the freedom of proxying, again, it removes the pressure of the sculptors to ever produce the other variants. You just end up with never having models for those things. And it also stifles creativity as far as like actually doing converting. I think it's a rare occasion that people do their own variants. In fact, I got a mech to show y'all. Hold on 1 second. My 12th Vegan Rangers run an AS7A Atlas. So I took the old one out of the introductory box set, and first off I cut it up and reposed it quite a bit, but I replaced I chopped off the big cannon and then hand sculpted a bank of 5 SRM-6s. I added a different missile launcher on this side, and I added a different barrel here. And all this detailing in here is all hand sculpted stuff. Is it perfect? No. But it works, and it's my favorite Atlas that I own now. I gave it love and attention. And I have a nice AS7A model. There were little things too, like the inside of the legs did not have that detail, so that got resculpted. The arms like got repositioned, and I sculpted in the little, like, I don't know what you call that, like the flex hosing. Yeah, it's really fun. Again, I would never try to force it on anyone, and I would never not play with someone because they're not WYSIWYG. But at the same time, and in the same breath, I would encourage y'all out there to try converting your own sometime. It's a lot of fun, and it gets you really deeply involved with your mech and your chassis and your pilot. If the STLs are similar price and quality, but one has proper variants, I'll support the one. But I just wish like Catalyst would do more of the proper variants, or like, you know, Iron Winds has a fair amount of them, but they're not all there. Okay, so what are we lacking now? 10 minutes left till I really need to be over there reviewing mechs. Let's move all these models in preparation to spray. I think what we need to do is hit this boy with another layer of, or another round of hairdryer. Maybe even on high. Let's go on high. Woo! That's really hot. There's some wet spots that are going to be problematic here in a moment if I don't get them dried out. Oh, it's so hot. Oh, it's hot. Alright, what are these lasers on the, what are the lasers on this guy? Where'd my brush go? Spam Risk calling me. It's the Doodum song. Alright, what's the Zeus? What's the Zeus? This is the standard Zeus, I think. Doodum. Where? Hold on a second. Hello? Yeah, fuck yourself. Block. If you're only using Iron Wind Metals Minis, the WYSIWYG is less of a concern. If you're printing your company, they should be close to IMO. No, I think even more so. If you're using Iron Wind Metals, I highly encourage customization. All right, so like my Mackie here, I converted it into the variant with the double PPC. Very simple swap. I just put a second barrel and then green stuffed it into position. I love WYSIWYG. I think that WYSIWYG is the way. I think that not only does it engage more with the hobby, but it also shows your opponent what you have at a glance. And I think that I think the reticence to accept that and the resistance against it is indicative of the problems created by the free proxies. I've gotten in arguments, like pretty much shouting arguments in the Discord over my opinion over this. And I think it's an interesting thing to note. Like, people refuse to do it, and it's in the same kind of category to me as the people refusing to paint their models. The Mechie is running. I don't know what I'm going to paint him as yet. Of course, I have strong opinions. That's all, y'all. I dare tell you what to do if you were my opponent. I do heavily encourage you to try converting some stuff, though. It's a lot of fun. All right, we're looking at the 6S. Large laser is left torso. That's what I thought. And actually, this laser is supposed to be rear facing. The one in the So what we'll do is we'll paint the one in the left like a blue laser. First, we'll go in and we'll do black dot, black dot, black dot. We'll also take a big dollop of black and fill the inside of that autocannon barrel. Yep. Okay. Our blue laser is going to get a little bit of magic blue. Wait, it's left torso? Almost screwed up. Ba, ba. All right, so we put the blue. We'll take our blue highlight color.
Timberwolf? Nah, man.
Blue highlight color.
That's just cheating. I don't want to
Is our white still usable? It is just about. White dot. Okay. And then medium lasers are green. You're going to get that after I'm done. Give me just a second.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
I'm not going to cheat you those, but I'm going to finish my focus. Banana. Now. Alright, so the wet spots were like here and there. I think it's dry enough to hit with a matte varnish. Alright, here's what we're doing. It's 4 o'clock just about. So I'm going to hop up. I'm going to do those push-ups. I'm going to fill my coffee. I'm going to come back. I'm going to set the airbrush booth back up. We're going to spray these boys. I'm going to take a picture of we're going to do the review and wrap up by 4:30, just in time for me to take a 20-minute break before joining the Dicks in the Dark tonight for Mega Dungeon. Make sure to check them out. That's at Dicks in the Dark, D-I-X in the Dark. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the BRB screen. Push-ups, coffee, set up the booth. We're going to spray, we're going to wrap up, and then we're going to head over there and we're going to talk about the challenge mechs from, well, the last 2 weeks. Yes. All right. 1 moment. Push-ups first. Push-ups first. Push-ups come first. On the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Spray boot getting set up. Yep, there it is. Coffee. I'm here. But I'm not a steer. Let's come back here. Alright, first things first. We need this. Is this correct? There we go. Let's get this.
Alright, gotta do the PPE, right? Gotta do the PPE. Alright, so what we're doing, we need our waters. I need to bring the camera out so y'all can see what the fuck's going on. We're gonna use this and one of these. Nope, one of these. We need that brush out again. Well, airbrush time. Alright, so let's see if this is ready to just reassemble after our cleaning earlier. Come on. Why you do this? I'll never understand why it does that. What the fuck is even in there? I mean, y'all saw that I fucking didn't leave this stuff. God damn. Some kind of mystery color inside the damn thing. So in between me using it last, it has a mystery color inside it that I didn't use. Did you miss the paint challenge review? No. I'm trying to finish mine in the next like 3 minutes. But it's done. It just needs a varnish cut. Come the fuck on, glove. These gloves have shrank. Alright, so the magic juice here, we're going to be using Winsor & Newton Artist Acrylic Matte UV Varnish. This shit is fucking magic. This container sucks. If you pick it up yourself, try to get the one with the bottle instead of this, because I have to use a pipette to put this in my airbrush. But this stuff is really, really good. It puts a lovely flat finish. Okay. Alright, button. Every time an ad comes up, this thing switches me to top messages, which I never want. Alright, here we go. Alright, so we're just going to do quick passes from the bottom up. Make sure to hit it all over so get rid of any shine. And we'll do 2 passes, I think is the way. Alright, let's try to hit the Karita boys too while we're at it. Karita fellers will get a full photo session tonight and get posted to the Discord. And they will get uploaded to the eBay store. The other mech is gonna get pictures taken in the next like 3 minutes. And I'm hoping I can review all the mechs in a 15-minute period, because there's a good amount of submissions. I think if... What the... When did that fucking happen? Holy shit! When the fuck did that happen? Jesus Christ. Ruined. Ruined the model. Which varnish are you using? Winsor Newton matte UV varnish, acrylic, artist acrylic. This stuff is UV resistant. It's very, very, very flat, and it is super durable with almost like a tactile feel to it. Let's put this lid back on. All right. I'm gonna do a sick pass over this guy real quick. I want him nice and flat for the pictures. There we go. Get this guy. Do that. Next. These happy little Tokugawas. Looks good. A few thin coats. Yeah, glossiness is a matte varnish. Yes, yes. If you make your coat too uniform, like a smooth, thick shellac of it, it will look glossy. I'm actually a little worried about. I overdid it on that Tokugawa just now. We shall see. They may need a second pass. But this stuff is pretty reliable. I've actually globbed this on really thick with the brush and had it come out nice and flat. I like this stuff because you can brush it on or airbrush it. Both work really well. So I don't know if y'all saw, but I had a blue spot on my Daimyo, and I hit it with some red stippling, and it looks okay now. And we're just going to use up what's left in this brush and pass over these boys one more time. Try not to make a mess of things. All right. All right, let's empty out this airbrush. Let's take some pictures. And let's get to reviewing. Because Dicks in the Dark starts at 5. So I'm out of time. Brush is down. I'm going to blast a little bit of acetone through here too. And then we're going to shoot some water through it, some nice clean water. There we go. Cut it off. Pull the needle out. Bam. Boom. All right. Yeah, this stuff is amazing. You get this bottle for like 22, 23 bucks ish, and it's 7.8 ounces. It'll last you ages. Okay, so that does mean, in preparation though, it's time to take pictures.
Oh boy, can we get this done? Time to go review. We're going to be reviewing the submissions from our last 2 experimental weeks of the challenge. If any of y'all want to get in on a Mech in a Week challenge, make sure you're joined up on the Discord. We will issue official challenges to folks tomorrow. Make sure you're around. Make sure you're posting. I will take up the slack if we end up with any double loops. I'll take that challenge. Do you need to thin it much to shoot it through the airbrush? I don't thin it at all, but I do use high pressure. I'm shooting at 40 psi. All right, so I'm gonna do some pictures real quick of this mech. All right, so let's go through these real quick. So let's get this back up where it goes. We got the Akuma looking good. Daimyo looking fabulous. Dragon. Mobile HQ, Panther, and a pair of Tokugawas. All of these mechs are painted with the 8th Sword of Light symbol, the Sword of Light regimental flaming sword on the front and the back, like on the Akuma here. So if you guys are interested in picking these up, check out the eBay store. I'm going to be posting them tonight. They might go fast, so if you're interested, make sure you get in there and throw an offer. Do not pay full price for them. I'm going to be listing this for 150 USD. Do not pay full price unless you really insist on it. Okay, I'm going to switch over to the other computer, and I'm going to do the review of these mechs. for the last week. And first, let me send these to myself over on Discord so I can grab them. People messaging me. Hello? No, this is not Carmen. Please lose my number. I'm in the middle of a live stream. Jesus Christ. 3 fucking spam calls. Post. Boom, boom, boom. Those pictures. Okay. 4:15. I think I can get these done in 20 minutes. All right. Uploading to myself. Heading over there. I'm going to hit the BRB screen. And we're going to go to the computer. Be right back. Need this light on. I need this light on. I need this headset on. Alright. We're back over at this machine now. We're going to hit the workflow. I'm going to full screen this one. I really don't want to start with my own mechs. We'll start with that. Workflow. Well, howdy, y'all. Here at the end of the thing. I'm gonna go get my coffee that I forgot. That's what we're gonna do first. Okay, so first on the chopping block. First on the chopping block, we got Mr. Comstar's challenge. I need to mute this. We got Mr. Comstar's challenge here. I should probably put chat over here. Comstar Knight painted the camo specs. Awesome. Let me pull up the reference here. So I challenged Mr. Comstar to the Comstar mech from to the awesome McCarran's Armored Cavalry camo specs mech. And I think he fucking knocked it out of the park. So a few little things here. One, if you step back and you look at this as a whole picture, it is a perfect mirror finish. It is absolutely fantastic. It follows the artwork pretty much dead on. That is a chrome mech, if ever I seen one. Let's see, items of critique. Could use more blending in the white into the brown. I would have done like a nice intermediate color on some of this. I think what happened is Comstar went back in with some white over top to intensify it. If I recall correctly, he had lost a little bit of the white, of the shiny part, but holding true to that idea of, oh, y'all can't see my damn, y'all can't see my dang pointer. Where's my damn open and new window? I'll just fucking do that. There we go. Okay, there we go, there we go. Alright, so he went back in and recovered some of the white afterwards, after the fact. But fantastic. I think it is a mightily successful job there. This week's submission from Mr. Comstar was a Wonder Bread King Crab issued by TechnoRTN. I think it definitely touches on Wonder Bread. For those of you who are not familiar with Wonder Bread, let me grab Wonder Bread we're looking at open image, a new tab. This is the inspiration. Blue outline on white with the dots. It definitely looks like Wonder Bread to me, and it is it's a variant of the KGC 010 King Crab. So it's got the purple PPCs on the shoulders, and I really love the basing treatment. Perhaps could use a tiny bit of blue lines. There's a few, but maybe a little more. Yeah, I could see that. A polka dot man. Yeah, I could have seen maybe some blue lines there, like the Legend Killer. He also did like an Eye of Sauron in the middle. I thought that was really, really fun. Absolutely fantastic mech. Really, Comstar's really been showing growth in everything he does. The original challenge to Comstar as well was from Tobias. He wanted him to paint an atlas in the colors of Bubblegum Princess, which if you had seen the previous Solaris game, you'd know that this is pretty dead on. I like that he has achieved a fair amount of depth in this pink coating. It looks like some kind of speed paint, like a custom speed paint color. Absolutely fantastic. I love the yellow lasers as well as contrast. Very fun, very fun. Next we have Mako Helios, I think, on here. I challenged Mako to paint a Sword of Light dragon. Did not disappoint. Wait, was it me? I think I challenged him. I can't remember. I like that this also landed on the same yellow as the contrast color for the missiles. I see lens jeweling. I see metallics. This touch right here, this little line of metallic right there, really nice touch. Really goes to show what you can achieve with dry brushing and washes. I saw some progress pictures while this was going. The legs here have really heavy Caraboard Crimson shading. Is there another shot of the epic sword? These are the ones we have, unfortunately. But yeah, this one came out great. I love the weathering on the legs. The little freehand details are great. And it really, I think this piece really exemplifies what we're looking for in the paint challenge. We're not here to absolutely destroy ourselves. You know, we're here to get a mech done, get the challenge done, paint more minis. You know, fantastic work, Mr. Mako. Next up is the challenge from last week to Miles. Miles was called on to paint a panther in Benjamin regulars, and I think it's pretty nailed with the light gray and tan. I always like Miles's style of heavy wash, dry brush, get it done, add in a few little details like the caution striping and some mild freehands, but then also throw in some fun little decals. This one is exemplary of what we're looking for, again, in the challenge work. Fantastic work, Mr. Miles. I got nothing bad to say. I think you could improve with some like post edge highlights. Like I would have come in and put some across the top here, across the face, maybe on this panel. Not too much, just kind of focusing on this area up here. One more layer would really push this into that whole step 5 magic. This was another Nate's first challenge. It was, oh, I can't remember who they were. They were a purple and red, Free Worlds League. The crazy thing about this is Nate really showed what could be done with like pure speed paint techniques. I believe he finished it in one night. Is that a halo head on the mech? No, it's just this is just Matt Mason's Enforcer from MechWarrior Online. I love the quick and dirty Free Worlds League logo on the chest. I think it's a nice touch. and the gold accents really add a lot to it. I think this mech lost a little bit of what its original colors were supposed to be. It's a little more red on top, so like the red and the purple kind of blend together. But this really shows what you can do with thin coats. And then this is Nate's second challenge from this week. Dirtpool challenged him to Common Rider something. I don't know much about the Common Rider, so you'd have to tell me, but it looks just like it. Which one was it? V3? Common Rider V3, yep. That's the one. So he was challenged to a quick draw Common Rider V3. And I think he really nailed it. I really love that he took the belt and incorporated that here on the chest. And this is another fantastic example of danger of painting in the dark. I might have dipped in the purple when I went for red. That actually makes sense. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Nate's work here really shows how cheaty the sponge chipping is. All this sponge chipping added to that white just really shows, like, it makes it look like you did so much more work than you did. It's such an easy technique, and it's why I use it every time. Yeah, fantastic work, Mr. Nate. Nate also had an additional challenge. This wasn't directly related to the Mech challenge, but I thought I'd include it because it was in the same era where we were talking about challenges. I discovered the Fox something, I can't remember now. Fox Patrol. It's Fox Patrol, some new thing from some of the new something from the new, I can't think of, fucking motorcycles going by, from the new literature. But I mean, those are foxes. Nice blend to the edges with the white, and then all this fun little freehand details. Plus, it's a full set. This is now in the module. All right, we also have Technor Tien was challenged to do one of the Legio. I can't remember who it was, but they're a dark blue with gold detailing, and I think that once again we're seeing the efficacy of dry brushing over mechs. Like this Locust Lab sculpt really takes on the dry brushing details and leaves you in a good place to build up the edge highlights. Like right here, like you see all this blending up top that leads into these nice panel lines. Also, I see the pink is a really great contrast color. I see a fun the reflected light and the specular hit. Very nice. PPCs looking tidy. I see 3 color layering. We're going dark into lighter into basically bright white. Proper. Dry brushing mechs is another amazing cheat. Yo, yeah, exactly. Definitely. Fantastic work. I'm really pleased with that one. I'd be more than happy to face off against that. Here's Tobias was challenged to do a Rifleman 2C in another Legio scheme, which is like a gray and blue kind of I guess a splitter pattern. Yeah, it's soft gradient, and then the checks was a nice touch. Very fun mech. I love the attempt at the fascist symbol there on it. Fantastic work. And I think that's the end of the folder. And did I see there was one more submission that got in? I thought I saw one. I don't know where it's at. Minis on parade? Yes. Yes. Save image. I guess I could just pull these up. Let me just pop this up. Dirtpool finished his challenge from Comstar Knight to do a Axeman in the colors of a Halo Elite, I think is what it was. And this is, I remember seeing the yellow one. I'm not super knowledgeable about Halo characters, but I do see the the Elite colors on the yellow armor, a nice candy yellow weapon. I see Halo plasma gun colors there, and an energy sword. Oh, what's going on here? Oh yeah, there we go. Nice metallic blue. And I know that Dirtpool was struggling to get on this, so he really hit the grind and squeaked this in at the last minute, which was really awesome. Fantastic work, everyone. A big, gigantic hats off to everybody who participated. The whole point of this was to challenge yourself to get things done, to have fun with it, and to really push through. And then I guess before we finish, I ended up with 2 challenges last week. So I went with a Ghost Bear Rogue Galaxy Daishi. This one was really cheaty. It's just kind of flat colors with enamel wash and sponge chipping. The big detail that makes it row is the bear pelt on top, and unfortunately the Daishi A, the sculpt, has that has this detail on top, the AMS, which really made it hard to get that full detail up there, unfortunately. This one is currently for sale on eBay. If anyone is interested, make sure to send an offer my way. I also had a second challenge. I was challenged by Comstar to do a Dazzle Supernova, and had a lot of fun with this one. This one was also just, this is all dry brushing and washes with a little bit of, you see a little bit of rough highlights on that side. But this one was a ton of fun too. I'm looking forward to doing a full star of these. They're available. This one's also available on the eBay store. And then here's today's work. And this one's really for Mr. Nate to see if I managed to achieve what I set out to do. So today's my challenge for this week was to paint a MechWarrior 5 Zeus in Gustav Klimt. Gustav Klimt, The Kiss is what I went for. I think most people would recognize The Kiss. It's a pretty famous piece. Let me open image in a new tab. So here's the inspiration right here. Damn it. I'm trying to manage too many things. Where are we? Where's my chat window? Dang it. Here we go. Bam. So, did I see you start that yesterday? Yes. Yes, I did start it yesterday. And got it ready for the final touches today. So, what I went for was the green. I was going for the green on one side, and then the 2 halves of the 2 people's clothing, and then kind of the yellow draping down into the grass. But I think it's mostly there. And of course I couldn't resist dirtying it up. I didn't even print it until yesterday. Yeah, it was done printing, and then I worked on it a little bit. So the focus was just the square shapes, and then these round details that she has going on her clothes. I didn't want to overdo it with too much of the little circles, but just enough to make it happen. Fun little Solaris mech. This will all get scanned into the module. So, if any of y'all out there want to get in on the challenge, I will call on y'all to engage in that. We're going to be issuing challenges tomorrow. We can start issuing them today, even as long as you're on the Discord. We will have between tomorrow to Tuesday night, Wednesday-ish. We'll do the same thing next week during the Wednesday stream. I'll wrap up the stream around 4 o'clock and we'll review and talk about the mechs and encourage y'all to come in. Great challenge this week. I agree. It's been a ton of fun, and it's so damn inspiring to see everybody like getting out the paint and putting paint on models, especially diving into things that make them uncomfortable. I think that's where growth as a painter really shows up. I've been tagged somewhere. Weekly paint? Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you. We'll fix that up. We'll have a channel set up for that. I was cooking dinner, so I missed the mech reviews. I'll have to go back and see everyone's entries. It's only about, what, 15 minutes long? Mr. Miles? Just really fast. I've run out of time. Because we do have Mega Dungeon coming up in 30 minutes-ish. Let me pull up the Dicks in the Dark page. So make sure to, right, they're coming up tonight in 30 minutes. So I do want to take a short break before that stream, because it's going to be another like 2.5 hours-ish. Let me toss this link in the chat. I'm going to eat me a food, yes indeed. Check on back. Friday, we're going to have an editing stream. Saturday, we might do a paint stream. I'm not sure what we have going on. Sunday is a training session for the upcoming game next Sunday after this. And then we're going to be back streaming hard this next week. More stuff on the eBay store. Make sure to check it out. I'll show you all right now before I sign off, actually. Show you all an example of what's going on. So, you know, make sure to pop in and check out. Look at the store. If you want Locust Labs prints, if you want painted mechs, like this boy right now, 35 USD. So, keep an eye out. You never know what I'm going to toss on there. Expect lots of Karita and Comstar and camo mechs and stuff. Just pop through. And if you really want to show support for the channel and you don't want to sign up for like a monthly commitment, this is a great way to help me keep this sustainable. And I'll have more content for you soon. Contests and more. We're going to have we have a new section that's getting set up. I might push the Dick stream back about 15 to give us some time. I am not worried, Mr. Phantom Harlock. Just make sure, y'all, if you like D&D and you want to see some shenanigans while you eat your dens or cook or paint your minis, whatever you got going on, make sure to check out the Dicks in the Dark if you like Dum Jums and Drags ones. Thank y'all for checking it out, and keep an eye out for those Karitan mechs. I'll post the pictures tonight after the stream. So make sure to sign up at the Discord, and thank you guys as always. Of course, remember to be happy while you're painting, and know that your participation here on my channel makes me happy while I'm painting. Thank y'all so much. That's all I got for you. Have a good one. Goodbye. Today's stream has been brought to you by hundreds of push-ups. You guys rock. Thank you so much.
What? Timberwolf? No, man. That's clan tag. That's just
Look, he draws a
cheating.
penis
I
on
don't
the
want to lose
screen.
my friends, man.
It's my favorite part of that.